Call this meeting of the Craven County Board of Education to order. Good morning to everyone. Good morning. And at this time, we would like for Dr. Doyle to do a roll call for us, please.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. Ms. Frances Boomer.
Here.
Ms. Naomi Clark.
Present.
Mr. Victor Dove.
Present.
Mr. Carol Ipock.
Present.
Ms. Stephanie King.
We're going to try to get her. She is not going to be here. Try to get her virtual if we can. I don't know that she's.
Ms. Kelly Muse.
Here.
Ms. Kimberly Smith.
Here.
Chairman, we have 6 members present, 1 absent. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Dr. Doyle. And at this time, I'd like to know, are there any amendments to the board's agenda? Are there any amendments to the board's agenda? If there are none, I ask for a motion to adopt the June 15th, 2021 board session agenda. So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and second to adopt the June 15th, 2021 board work session agenda. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Ayes has it. Agenda adopted. We would like to, at this time, to take the opportunity to review our vision and our mission statements. Our vision says that we envision a public education system that challenges all students as learners and prepares them to imagine and create a successful life, values educators and empower them to inspire and spark innovation in every student, leads in education and community engagement, and invites all students, their families, and all members of the community to work together to support public education to the benefit of our students, our community, our nation, and our world. Our mission says, together with our families and community, Craven County Schools will educate all learners to personal, professional, and civic success through challenging and personalized instruction. These are the delta that we noted from the last meeting. Watch the time or allotted the time better, and there was a lot of redundant information. We said that if we could have the principal of the year and our teacher of the year physically present, that would be good. All board members return to the dais. Email questions if they cannot be present. Put a cap on it, allow a certain amount of emails, provides the public more access. And at this time, I'm going to ask Vice Chairman Kimberly Smith to review the ground rules, the bin item process, and the safety procedures in the event of an emergency with the attendees of the Board of Education meeting.
Thank you, Chairman Boomer. Our meeting ground rules include to post and approve the agenda, listen as an ally, one person speaks at a time, respect each other, no sidebars, everyone participates, stay on task, start and stop on time, schedule appropriate breaks, evaluate at the end of each meeting, and if everyone can make sure your cell phones and all electronic devices are on silent now, that would be great. Bin item, if a board member has an off-task thought, please put it on a sticky note and put it on the gray border. We'll pick it up and make sure, Chairman Boomer will make sure your concerns are addressed before we close the meeting. Safety procedures, we would split the room. Right there by Mr. Lee, to the right, we would enter, if we were to have a tornado, we would exit to the right into the interior part of the hallway, get down and cover our heads. The left, same thing, into the interior hallway away from the windows and get down and cover our heads until we have the all clear. In case of a fire, we'd split the room in the same way, and we'd enter to my right, outside into the parking lot, to my left, outside into the furniture store parking lot next door. If we were to have an intruder in the building, but not in the room, we would lock the doors, alert the building, call for help, and wait for the all clear. If the intruder were to be in the room with us, we would alert the building and inform as many people as we could. and we counter and evacuate as we could, and we would just take care of each other, guys. So that's it.
Thank you. And at this time, excuse me, we ask Mr. Brian Gaucho, our board attorney, to lead the Board of Education in prayer.
Board members, if you'll please pray with me. Holy God, we live our lives because you have willed them into being. On this new day, open our eyes that we would see the gracious gift you have laid before us. And as we make our way through every day of our lives, from the daily routine to the unexpected detours, from the disturbing events to the unspeakably joyful ones, do not hide yourself from us. May we see your magnificence in the mundane. May we know of your guidance in our grief. May your peace give us patience when we have none left. And may your love call us to live wholly into the hope of every opportunity you set before us. Spare us from circumstances that would cause us harm, and remind us to delight in your direction. We pray this in the certainty of your saving name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I love that prayer. At this time, I would like for everyone to stand. We're going to ask Board Member Kelly Muse to lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
At this time, we would like to recognize the Principal of the Year, Dr. Eleanor Patrick. Patrick with us, virtual. And also our Teacher of the Year, Mrs. Gail Hardy. We'd like to welcome, I don't know that they are, I think we're working on, okay, Dr. Patrick is on. Good morning, Dr. Patrick, welcome. At this time, I move the Craven County Board of Education elect Dr. Wendy A. Miller to the office of Superintendent effective July 1st, 2021, upon the terms contained in the superintendent's contract, which is attached to this written motion, and I incorporate my reference.
Second.
It has been moved and second that Dr. Wendy A. Miller be elected to the office of Superintendent effective July 1st, 2021, upon the terms contained in the superintendent's contract, which is attached to this written motion, and I incorporate my reference. You have heard, it has been moved. Are you ready for your question? Are we ready to vote?
Yes, ma'am.
We have a roll call vote. Dr. Doyle?
Ms. Frances Boomer.
Yes.
Ms. Naomi Clark.
Yes.
Mr. Victor Dove.
Yes.
Mr. Carol Ipock.
Yes.
Ms. Stephanie King. Ms. Kelly Muse.
Yes.
Ms. Kimberly Smith.
Yes.
We have 6 yes. We have 1 absent. The motion passes.
Thank you. Dr. Wendy Miller, effective July 1st, will be our 2021, July 21st, will be our new superintendent. And let's congratulate her. And later on, you'll be able to say your personal remarks to her, all right? Are there any citizen requests Ms. Kimberly Smith.
Yes, Chairman Boomer, we have 7,
Okay.
and our first will be Brandy Richardson.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Brandy Richardson. I come to you again with concerns regarding the Exceptional Children's Program. I've come before the board in the past on behalf of my son and the other students within the EC program. I'm here again today to address the continued struggles that I, along with so many other parents, have with obtaining services and support for our children in the school system. I will speak based on the experiences of my son, but know that there are many other parents' stories that need to be heard. I will begin with the fight to obtain services. My son is 16 years old in a self-contained adaptive classroom. One would think that at the age of 16, learning things such as how to dress himself, put his backpack on, and say his name when asked, that he would need significant support from the therapist while in school. He does, but in Craven County schools, whether it be due to staffing, heavy caseloads, or whatever the therapist's personal reasons, he has been denied direct therapy services from speech, physical, and occupational therapy. I have battled and battled for him to receive therapy services, but unfortunately, when the school system brings 14 people to an IEP meeting, I will never win with 14 people voting against me. After years of working on the same goals and not meeting them and not receiving therapy services needed in school, I had to take my son to and pay for private therapy to work on some of those school goals. This model of direct therapy alongside support showed success for him. But in Craven County schools, the preferred model seems to be providing support only, even though the model of direct services has been known to work for my son. Support services mean that therapists are available to support the teachers needed when concerns arise, but literally never even have to see the student. It can all be done by email if desired. Another concern with the support-only model that seems to be preferred is that the responsibility is placed on the teacher. My son has had amazing teachers, but not only are they the educator, but they're also the occupational therapist, speech therapist, physical therapist, feeding team, psychologist, and behavioral specialist. And that is just for my son alone. Now add in 6 to 7 other students who with needs just as significant as, or even greater than my son. And that may be part of the answer as to why there's so many open positions in the ECE department. How can you put so much on just one person? What is even more concerning is that without proper guidelines and accountability for providing services, some aren't even providing them. My son was owed compensatory services for services I discovered were never done. And even with a second chance given and a legal document to account for them, they still weren't done. I also discovered in addition to those, he didn't receive the ones he was entitled to in his current IEP. I was told by the therapist that they were short-staffed, and being only one person, she could not provide all of the services. My son already only gets the bare minimum, and even those services aren't being provided. Also, when I asked to have an IEP meeting to address the increased need for support in summer school, I was asked by the LEA if I would just wait until August because staffing for a meeting was going to be a problem. There's obviously a problem with staffing, and as a result, IEPs are not being followed. What system is in place to ensure compliance with IEPs, and why aren't parents told that there isn't enough staff to provide the services agreed upon in the IEP, and therefore they aren't provided? What is the process for reporting to the school or district when services aren't being provided, IEPs aren't being followed, and what happens with that information? I've had multiple meetings in communication with the superintendent, assistant superintendent, EC director, and assistant EC director, and they promised that after bringing such things to light, that things are going to change. It clearly hasn't. In an earlier board meeting, I heard the EC director report on compliance with IEPs, but there's so much more to compliance than just meeting before the IEP expires. My son is a very clear case of non-compliance, and I'm certain he's not the only one. There's a huge lack of accountability within the EC department, and it's students that are affected as a result of that. We currently have an action plan in place, a legal document created by a DPI facilitator identifying the person to reach out for specific concerns, but the LEA identified won't even respond or read my emails. Ones above him have been included in those emails as well and are aware. What does a parent do when you have gone all the way up the chain and non-compliance with an IEP still isn't addressed? I encourage you all to sit down with parents of EC students and truly listen to their experiences. This is just a very small portion of what I've been through. And if I could share some of the stories of what I and my son have experienced, I think you would be truly embarrassed for our district. I'm asking you all take a stand for the students in the EC program. Ensure all the funds they should be receiving are in fact going to them, that they and the teachers are receiving the necessary support and services, and that there's accountability for providing services and following IEPs. Life is not easy for most of these students or their parents. Receiving a proper education should not be the fight that it is in Craven County schools. Thank you.
And I am not sure how to pronounce this last name, but Amy, is it Volk? Okay. Okay, sorry.
Good morning. My name
Good
is
morning.
Amy Colby. I just moved here from Florida in mid-April. And when my husband got the job in Craven County, I was so excited. I looked up all of you. I looked up your campaigns. I looked up everything. I was so excited to move here. I have a daughter with autism in your EC program. I was so excited to be in a district that actually cared. But when I got here, I cried. I'm utterly disappointed. My daughter will not be returning to your school over my dead body. In one email, I saw violations of IDEA, FAPE, ADA, and 504. I'm a self-trained advocate. This is not my first rodeo. I took our last school district to court. I have been studying IDA, FAPE, 504 for 7 years. Somewhere along the line, you guys lost what you promised to your voters, because it's not what I'm experiencing. I've seen parents online complain and cry. I've given out my phone number and cried with them. Services are not being provided. IEPs are not being followed. Parents are being pressured to walk away from 504s that are needed for their kids. I'm sad. I'm sad for my daughter, and I'm sad for the kids like her. And I ask, as you move forward, to think about that. Think about your promises. Think about your campaigns. Think about what you talk to parents about. My daughter's first doctor's appointment, I took her to the IEP from Florida with us, and he said, wow, it's a well-written IEP. I said, of course. Took pretty much an act of Congress and an attorney and mediation to get it. He goes, well, you're going to have the same fight here. And he handed me a list of schools to look into. None of them were Craven County Public Schools. I got the same response from my daughter's therapist, and I got the same response from a social worker at the health department. If your pediatric medical community is not pushing your public schools, there's a serious problem. Red flag, huge. I suggest that you meet with them too and find out where you went wrong, what the problems are, what the weaknesses are, where the strengths are, and build on them. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, our next public input will be from Lori Grady.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to you all this morning. I'm going to be pretty brief. I just want to speak about masking in the schools, and I really just want to focus on summertime. So I don't know who was out early this morning, but I was out pretty early. It was pouring down rain, and I think later in the day today, it's probably going to get into the 70s and 80s. And so our kids are in school right now in summer school, and I just want to I know that right now we're trying to follow the guidelines, or we are following pretty stringently in Craven County schools, the guidelines set forth by Governor Cooper in his executive order. I just want to remind folks that the CDC is pretty loose with what they think the guidelines are for children really 12 and under, and that they are leaving that up to the discretion really of what the schools, they don't give specific guidance about what you should do except have a plan. And so I would just say that we don't really have data that supports that it's a real problem, especially with 12 and under age kids who right now, even if they wanted the vaccine, couldn't get the vaccine. And that our kids are in school trying to learn this summer. A lot of days are like today. A lot of days are going to be really hot. And I know that when they get to go out for recess, I think mostly they get to take the masks off to do that. But then they're having to be in the classroom the rest of the time with masks on. And I just don't feel that the data is supporting keeping masks on our kids right now, especially in summer school. Probably, maybe we have a different conversation when August gets here. And I think I've heard from teachers and students that kids would like to have their masks off in the classrooms, and not just the kids, but the teachers want to. Teachers connect with their kids. They don't just go to school to teach the academics. And so I think it just makes a much better classroom experience if we can get the masks off our kids when they're in the classroom, or at least make it optional. And that's what Harnett County schools have recently done. I'm sure all of you know that. Despite Governor Cooper's executive order, their board voted 4-1 to make masks optional, so that if children want to wear them in the classroom, they can wear them. And if they don't want to wear them, they don't have to wear them. So I guess I'm just asking this board this morning, not for an answer here, but I'd like to ask you to consider lifting the mask or making the mask requirement optional for our students and teachers while they're in the classroom for summer school. I think if we're going to talk about doing things according to what the data tells us, we should be consistent in doing that. Thank you so much.
Next, for public input will be Christy Frazier.
Good morning. I want to thank the board members and the faculty, and Jennifer has been great to communicate with me by email, and has recommended that I check out videos of your sessions. So I've done my homework, and so I'm glad to be here. My name again is Christy Decker Frazier. I come this morning as a concerned citizen regarding the direction of our youth and learning. I'll start with a true story and a true example. My son, rising junior, 2 years ago, came home with his science homework. And he was huffing and puffing and very, sighs in the other room. You've heard me before. And I walked in and I said, "What seems to be the problem, son?" He says, "Well, Mom, my mother is not a monkey." Okay. I said, "No, I'm not a monkey." But what is the curriculum? What is it? And he was being taught the curriculum of science and where we're coming from. The Word of God teaches us that we are about our true identity. 2 Corinthians 5:17, Christ said we are his new creation. And Ephesians 1-5, God decided in advance to adopt into his family all of us. We are his family. Without the Word of God, we would not know we are human beings. God said we were made in the image of God. Genesis 1:26, God said, "Let us make man in our image, over the fish in the sea, over the birds, over the cattle, and over the monkeys." All humans walk in this earth are valuable and special. We should not promote low self-worth. Inferiority and self-hatred should not be promoted in lives. Prolifically, I'm here, being sent here by my Holy Spirit. Yet we continue to promote certain things that we're not promoting for all cultures and all human race. And I'm just going to point out one that we are promoting more than the other. Black Lives Matter, Black Awareness Month, June 19th, MLK. It's over the top. I'm not here to lecture or accuse. I'm trying to find a solution. I'm Irish and I get one day a year, and you know what day that is, St. Patrick's Day. We should be promoting one culture over another as much as we're doing. I've watched mothers step up and call out critical race theories across the nation. And it really is time to stop and step up myself and speak with words from my heart. I've been a tolerant person. I've been a tolerant citizen over liberal schools, of liberally teaching schools, because our home is open to critically think. We are critically thinking human beings, and I enjoy discussing and debunking science over the Word of God. My biggest concern, though, is that our children are confused over identity. There is an identity crisis with our children. He, she, he, him, it, LBG. We're confusing our children. Not we, our human race is confusing our children. And I started to look into research, and 76% of our animated characters are depicting LGBTQ figures in their animation. So the problem runs deep. So I'm really looking for less upside down, lopsided way of learning. And I would like to see 1776 Constitution and God back into our schools. And I'm going to send you off with some homework. And it wouldn't take you but 5 minutes to do. There's a new song on YouTube called Snowflakes by Tom McDonald, Snowflakes on YouTube. It had hit 6 million followers in 1 week. It's that new. So it is targeted to our kids. It is a rap song, and it will help you understand what I'm talking about today. Another song called Struggle Jennings and Caitlin Curtis, God, We Need You Now. And Tab is a really great artist who does a lot of rap music, focusing straight to our children. Our music industry is doing a very good job. And I promote anyone who can help our children overcome what they're going through. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker is Mary Liz Hines.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board. My address is 4163 Cinnamon Run in New Bern. The topic today is timely transparency. I was doing research for something else about the school board, and I went on and I started looking for minutes, recent minutes of the school board. And the most recent minutes that are posted on your website are the February minutes. That's 4 months ago. So I decided to check and see if other school boards operated the same way. So I decided, well, maybe I should check Carteret, they're nearby. Not only can you read the minutes of the April board meeting, Carteret board meeting, you can also see the video. It's posted too, along with the minutes. And you can see in the March video where Carteret approved the Carteret board approved the February minutes. But what you get with when you go to the Craven County Board website is a very slow loading list of what's available. My computer, it's slow loading, and I know that because my computer handles over 100,000 voter records with ease in seconds. So I know that the list is loading slowly. My concern is we have a top-notch business coming to Craven County, the White River Marine Group. with over 500 jobs. We can't afford to have a board of education that takes more than 3 months to publish their meeting minutes, especially when the county just east of us can do minutes plus a video in 1 month. Where would you buy a home if you were a White River Marine Group employee with young children? There is no transparency in the, or very little transparency, late transparency in the Craven County Board of Education. You need to remember that that you are the body that we elected to empower and use our tax dollars to run our schools. You are not liaisons to the community, but an agency, and are responsible to us for your actions and inactions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Our next public input is Mr. Glenn Fink.
Hello, I'm Glenn Fink. Goose Creek Road is my address. I'm here to speak about critical race theory and transformative social emotional learning, which is a tool. I know just being against something immediately stifles listening and dialogue. I've been guilty of that. So I'm going to start off with what I'm for. First and foremost, I'm for every single student in our school district. And secondly, I'm for unity and not division. I'm also for high standards, equality, meaning opportunity, consistency, fairness, safe learning environments, dignity, respect, ethics, morals, personal accountability, rule of law, consequences, altruism, and many other important things. I'm for strong traditional Christian values. I believe the Word of God, and which says, and you must love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your soul, and all your strength. And also, you never seek revenge or bear grudge against anyone, but love your neighbor as yourself. I'm your Lord. I know you're thinking, why is this guy back again on CRT, which we are not doing? Alan Harrop and I met with Dr. Doyle and Dr. Diggs a while back. We understand that currently there's no formal programs or training on CRT initiatives in our schools. They also indicated it's possible the concepts are being used in some classrooms by individual teachers. I appreciated the honesty. I can share a couple examples to help reinforce such a possibility. I know a very, very young girl went home from school and told her mom she was gay after listening to a story read by her teacher. Sexual preference, part of CRT. I know a teacher's office is fully decorated with Black Lives Matter material. If the teacher is that overt about those views, is it likely CRT concepts are in their classroom? In addition, you are performing an equality audit, which is an action used by many that are moving towards CRT. Most importantly, if CRT concepts come to our schools, it will be through this board. I was told directly by Catherine Truitt, she is against CRT and decisions on this matter are local. If you are for unity, you cannot be, if you are for unity, you cannot be for critical race theory. The whole premise of CRT is sowing division between defined marginalized groups and white people with traditional Christian family values. This is done by, quote, using the, quote, tool for identifying bias and sources, unquote, and identifies 8, quote, social identity markers, unquote, used in cultural relevant teaching. The identity markers are race, life, ethnicity, ability, social class, gender, sexual orientation, religion, citizenship, and family/home. Consistent with what I had stated, I am for at the beginning. It is imperative that all people are treated with dignity, respect, fairness, equality, and all those things. The first two social identity markers are defined by God. Considering all the others, it does not mean that we distort social norms to the detriment of our children. To help with this point, I'll review the family/home social marker context, which is single parent or gender non-binary versus, and I say versus because it's against two-parent birth families. By far, the majority of the children in this category will be fatherless homes. Using 2012 statistics, which is information available for fatherless children, approximately 58% of Black children, 31% of Hispanic children, 21% of white children were raised without fathers. Those children are 4 times the poverty rate, 2 times the school dropout rate. Girls are 7 times the teen pregnancy rate. 63%, they make up 63% of all youth suicides, 90% of all homeless and runaways, 70% of juveniles in state-operated institutions, 75% adolescent patients in substance abuse centers. I got references for that, where that came from. How in good conscience can anyone promote single-parent homes as a norm, which will be interpreted as a good option? The defined marginalized groups are being used to push an agenda that is nothing to do with helping them. Everyone loses. Using division is a strategy using division as a strategy to improve anything is ludicrous. I recommend you read a book from Vodi T. Bauckham, Fault Lines. And I do have to say in closing that it's amazing that a primary administrator responsible for staffing and our culture of this school, with the reasons and history for why we're here, has been appointed the superintendent. That is amazing.
Okay. And I'm sorry if I get this last name incorrect. Ann Lindeman will be our final public speaker. What was that last name? Lindeman.
Thank you. My name is Ann Lindeman. I'm here to express my concerns in masking our children while they're in school. Masks are harmful to the mental health and physical health of our children. Wearing masks for several hours puts you at risk for pneumonia, heart issues, staph infections, amongst other issues. Many U.S. governors have lifted the mask mandates. Why not North Carolina? Wearing a mask makes it hard for students to understand the teacher and for teachers to understand the students. I know of at least one private school in North Carolina in Craven County that doesn't have mask mandates, and you don't hear about outbreaks there. I shouldn't have to pull my child out of public school away from his friends and pay for him to go to private school just so he can utilize his God-given right to breathe in oxygen without wearing a mask. And we're human beings, and we're not meant to breathe in our carbon dioxide. We're meant to breathe in oxygen. And that's not true.
Thank you. Chairman Boomer, that completes
Thank you.
public input.
Okay. Thank you for your public input today. I think some of this can be addressed now.
Can I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hines, actually, I was having a conversation last night, about our meeting minutes being posted. So I am aware that is an issue. And the conversation was had last night. So we're going to hopefully make a change on that. So we're hoping to get our minutes caught up, and then next month, the board has to approve the minutes. So June minutes would be approved in July and then posted at that time. So we're hoping to get that straight. And I'll comment on the mask thing. I work in a district where we don't have to wear a mask every day. So I get it. And typically the only time I do wear a mask is when I'm here. So I appreciate the concern on the mask stuff too, okay?
As far as the math issue, I'm sure that there should be some discussion on that. We will discuss it with those people who are in charge of that, especially our nurses. And because we do try to enforce what the guidelines that are given down to us, regardless of what other counties are doing. It's like driving the speed limit. You don't get a ticket unless you get caught, but it does not mean you're not gonna break the speed limit. And so we are trying to enforce what we're supposed to be doing. We don't make up rules as we go along, but we do try to enforce them. And certainly we are concerned, it is uncomfortable for all of us wearing masks. And it's uncomfortable for us to be sitting here trying to talk with glasses on and your glasses are fogging up trying to wear a mask. But unfortunately, that's what we have to do. And so, but we would certainly appreciate your comments. We would certainly consider what you are saying and proceed from there. Yes, ma'am.
Point of order.
Okay, but you've already spoken, so thank you. Okay, hold on. We will, like I said, we will address all of these and we will get back in contact with you as to, what decisions have been made. But we do certainly appreciate all that you have said. We will take those things into consideration. We would do that. And we do appreciate your coming and putting in your input today. And I think that we'll take your comment, but I think that this is something that we should follow the regular procedure and discuss these and to get together and so that we'll all be on one accord to decide what we want to say. No.
I would like for our EC parents to know that our new superintendent was an EC teacher. She very much understands the needs of our EC students. Even when I worked here, Dr. Miller and I had long conversations about EC. She was recognized as Teacher of the Year when she was an EC teacher. Not only was she recognized as Teacher of the Year in Craven County for EC, she was also recognized as State Teacher of the Year as an EC teacher. So I'm hoping under Dr. Miller's leadership that our EC department, and I know it's very close to her heart, and so I'm hopeful that we will see great strides made in our EC department.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to ask Dr. Tasha Diggs, Assistant Superintendent of Academic Services, to present the items for academic services.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning. Good morning.
I have a couple of items this morning, as well as one item that will be presented by Ms. Holly Colston. The first item is related to social emotional learning and school mental health plan. And I'm bringing this item to you this morning for your approval of the item, and then to provide information on this policy and item. The North Carolina State Board of Education policy SHLT 003 requires that each school district develop a compliant local policy improvement plan that promotes student health and their well-being starting next school year. We have to have approval of the board of the plan by July 1st. And then we have to submit the plan to DPI by September 15th. So even with what I'm going to share with you this morning, there will be changes made to this. This is the initial template and information that we have gathered so far. When we start next school year, part of the process will include forming a committee of both district level as well as school level personnel that will have input in the plan. But in order to develop more details of the plan, we have to have student and parent input. So before we put anything, firm up more of the items of this plan, then we want to be sure that we are able to access the parents and students when they're back in, particularly the students when they're back in the building, and not just get information from students who are able to access the information and surveys online and then make connection with those parents who are enrolled in the schools for next school year. So that would include our incoming kindergartners and pre-K parents. As I mentioned, this is something that we have to submit to DPI by September 15th, and we are allowed to continue making updates up until that time. Obviously, even after that time, there will be some parts of the plan that we will continue updating as needs of the students in our community change. So what you see on the screen now is a template that the State Board of Education and DPI have provided for us to insert our information. And there are some couple of major areas that the plan will include. You'll see at the sort of the bottom area of that first page where it says core SEL and mental health supports. And then later in the plan, you will see an area that is labeled system of interventions for SEL and mental health. And the different areas that we have to provide are the content, action items, and status on those action items, as well as the persons responsible. And that will obviously change a little bit as we bring in new personnel to fill some of our vacancies, as well as form the committee that I mentioned earlier. And then the helpful resources. So on that right-hand column where it has helpful resources, you'll see quite a few links that are there of resources that have been provided to us by both DPI as well as Trillium and Castle that we will be incorporating. And those will continue being expanded once we get feedback on needs from our students and parents into next school year. We don't want to put anything in place until we assess that and make sure we're putting the right things in place. So a lot of those links will take you to websites, videos, surveys, and things like that that we will be incorporating. And I'm not going to read this entire plan to you. You see all the information that's there, but it does require us to continue assessing what we put in place on an ongoing basis. So this will be an update that will be provided to the board on an ongoing basis, like some of our other data updates, so that you will know where we are, what we have assessed, what programs or processes we put in place, as well as the outcome of actions that we've taken, so that you will be able to give your input on anything that you're aware of or address questions that you may have for things that we have in place. But like I said, you'll be able to see the different content area items as well as the things that we have assessed thus far. I know I don't want him to click on all of those links, but all of them, like I said, will take you to those resources. And then when you get to the resource, you'll notice that a lot of it is endorsed by DPI, as well as the things that they provided directly to us to incorporate in our plan, so that there's some consistency across the districts in our state when it comes to implementing this. This policy was something that was discussed over the course of last school year, and we finally received the template this spring, so we would know exactly what we needed to put in place. And so even though she's retired, Ms. Debbie Hodges did a lot of work with Ms. Pam Collins in working on this prior to her departure from the district. But a part of our goal team work next school year in meeting the requirements of this plan would be, like I said, to expand the people that are working on this plan, to make sure we involve not just school counselors, because I know that will be the first people that we're thinking about, but also some of the outside service agencies that are providing some of our school-based therapy to our students, as well as teachers that are supporting our students, administrators, and then getting the voice of the students and parents to inform what we implement in the plan. Are there any initial questions I can address regarding this? Like I said, this is something new from the state that we'll be doing for the very first time this school year. I think obviously COVID brought a lot of things to light that were already there, but brought shed a little bit more light on it, because when we don't have our hands on the students every single day, it's a little bit harder to assess their needs and determine which students and parents we need to reach out to. But this will make our work more focused and structured moving forward.
And so we have to have it completed by September.
Yes, we have to, the board has to approve it by July 1st, and we have to submit it to DPI by September 15th. And so whenever we have our staff back in place at the beginning of the school year, that will allow us to continue updating this information. But we wanted you to see the initial work that we've already put in place. So yeah, and so Ms. Boomer, going back to what you were just asking, it's not something that will be stagnant. As far as the information that's there, some of the action steps will continue being developed as we continue assessing needs, because what we assess when we have our students back in the building at the very beginning of the school year may look different than what we see needs being in December as we continue through the school year and continue gathering information, as well as assessing the outcome and impact of the actions that we put in place. Because we don't want to keep doing the same thing if it's not having the impact that we want. We want to be able to adjust as we move forward.
And then you need us to approve this today.
Yes, approve this today. And then even when we get ready to submit it in September, I would bring that back to you so you can see if there are any major changes at that time, as well as any data that we've collected, because I know that'll be important to you as a board to make sure that what's in our plan is meeting the needs of our students based on the data that they have shared and the needs that they have expressed.
I don't have any questions, but I really appreciate all the links because it's a lot of really great information if you take time together. And sometimes, they're not included, but I like that this will be, so anybody who looked at this plan from the public will be able to click on these links and go straight to these things.
Right. So some of the plans and some of the links will actually have resources that are specifically for parents or specifically for educators. And so once we continue expanding this, we will be able to have a sort of a database that we can share directly with our parents so that they would know, they're not searching everything, they would know exactly what those resources are for them, as well as our resources that are set aside just for educators or resources set aside just for our students.
Any more questions, comments on what she's just presented? All right, so we thumbs up to put this on consent agenda? Can we vote on it?
We need to go ahead and approve the combined, so we can take action.
Okay. So we need to get a motion on this?
I move we approve the safe and emotional learning and social school mental health plan as presented.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved in second that the mental health plan be adopted. Although you have heard, ready for the questions? All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Okay, thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here today to seek your approval for the 21-22 budget for career and technical education. As you know, with the new Perkins 5 legislation that was written in 2018, CTE went from a yearly local application for budgets to a 2-year plan. So last year, the 2-year plan was approved, but each year we still have to update the budget with the new allotments and then gain your approval for that. So what I want to do today is share a little bit more with you about some of the major things with the budget. As I just mentioned, Perkins 5 was effective in July of 2020 through the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Act. In the first year of Perkins 5, we had to complete a comprehensive local needs assessment, which we did in the year 2019-2020, which was very eye-opening and unveiled where our biggest needs are in career and technical education. We sought feedback and input from our stakeholders that included our teachers, our community members and partners, our students, our parents, our advisory board, and various other members of the community. The application actually outlines strategies for continuous improvement in our CT program. These are just some of our local application goals, which you saw last year when you approved the local application. We look at indicators of performance and look at strategies to address any disparities in proficiency of our subgroups. We look at our local labor market alignment, as well as our regional market alignment, and then our size, scope, and quality, which is our overall program, which is the largest part of the application itself. Then we look at our career pathways and evaluate the progress of those, how we work with our local community college. We look at our recruitment, retention, and training of our educators. And then finally, we address equal access, and we look for ways to always improve equal access to our programs for all students. So the budget approval is required to be submitted to DPI. DPI has already reviewed the budget and approved, and it is contingent upon your approval as well as Ms. Boomer's signature, Dr. Dole's signature, and Ms. Altman's signature. So what have I included here in the budget actually slide? Is what our budget is for the coming year. And just below that, I've included, if you go back just a slide. Perfect, right there. Our federal allotment is $218,353. Our last year's allotment was about 229, so it decreased just a little. Our state budget is 185. Last year's was 179, so it increased somewhat. And then our months of employment increased to 619 versus 600 last year, which is very exciting. So the general budget updates with the differences are this year. Now, I say we are approved for 619 months of employment. That is contingent upon the state actually passing a budget in the near future. But with those, what our plans are to add a middle school career development coordinator to serve our middle schools, and then cover the months of employment for the Craven Early College CTE position that we currently have. The largest expenditures are our high school computer lab updates, our residential. We're going to update the residential kitchen equipment in all of our labs at the high schools because all of it is very dated. So that needs to be updated. And obviously, as needed, when equipment breaks or deems to be old and it needs to be updated, we'll do that as well. So I've included here some of the CTE programs that have a high school. You're aware of most all of these. One new thing we're doing at Havelock High School this year is we worked with the community college to bring some of their instructors onto our campus to offer some CCP courses. At Havelock High School, they'll be offering nurse aid to our students because they only have one health science teacher. It's very difficult for her to teach the entire pathway, including nurse aid. So we're bringing the college on campus to teach that this year. There's been minor changes. We are adding marketing this year at Havelock High School. We had it a few years ago. We're bringing that back. So we're bringing in sports and entertainment marketing. We're also bringing hospitality and tourism there as well. And then project management, which is a new course. We're adding a Python programming class because computer science is one of the focus with the state, because this is where a lot of our jobs are going. So we're adding a Python programming class there. And then there's a slight change in the EMT offerings. So that will be adjusted. And then the nurse aid. At New Bern, not a lot of changes there other than that the college is coming on campus to offer pharmacy tech to our health science students as another option. It's a very successful program there. We can't serve all the students who want to get into that program, but one option is to bring pharm tech in there as well. And then at West Craven, the newest things are we're bringing EMT back. We had EMT there at one time. Our EMT instructor left for a better job opportunity, and we had a hard time finding a licensed instructor. There's certifications required by the state in order for someone to teach that. It's difficult to find someone. So we've worked with the college. They're going to be teaching EMT on our campus at West Craven. It was a very successful program when it was there. And then we're adding an intro to T&I, which is a new course. It's actually an old course, but it's new for us. That's about it for the major changes. In the middle school programs, we offer business, finance, information technology, our engineering courses, exploring healthcare, and then we're offering an intro to trade and industrial careers at West Craven Middle in the coming year. I'm very excited about that to see how that goes. Might be something that we expand in the future if the opportunity arises. And we're back to our next comprehensive local needs assessment begins this fall. That's a year-long program of studying and working with the community. And it's basically all about continuous improvement. We're looking at all the areas identified. How are we doing and how can we do it better? And I think that's it. Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions or comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Will we be doing the healthcare explorations at all middle schools? I know we talked about that before.
We did talk about it.
So,
not this coming year, no.
Even though any teacher and any CTE teacher can cover, just a snippet. I'm not asking for it to be, where it's tested, but it is such a popular high school course. And we do have such a large medical community in Craven County. I would like to see it offered at all the middle schools if possible. I mean, even if they just cover a small part of it, to say, hey, look, this is available to you in high school. So kids have a basic understanding of it. And then the CDC, the extra CDC for middle schools, I think is great. But are we doing that because I know we had our high school CDC serve our middle schools because they're our feeder schools. And I'm wondering why we're just implementing a CDC to cover, because that's a pretty broad area. So are they serving district areas or?
You mean the middle school CDC?
Right, because, going from West Craven all the way to Havelock, that's a huge area. That's a huge area. And then also it provides our incoming 8th graders to 9th graders a familiar face for someone that they actually look for their CDC at their high school. So I'm wondering.
Well, the high school CDCs will still assist in that. So the middle school the middle school students will still know who the high school CDC is. But and you're right, the middle school CDC, the plan at this time is to serve all 5 middle schools.
Okay.
And it will be a stretch, but it's a start.
Okay.
So in the future, maybe if the opportunity arises to add even more middle school, we've got a House bill in the Senate now and legislation now that covers these 4 to 6 year plans for students that starts in the 6th and 7th grade.
Okay.
That'll help serve that purpose.
That's it.
And what, Dr. Ms. Clark?
Thank you. Thank you. I see where you're offering business and finance at the middle schools.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is clearly a wonderful idea. And I'm hoping, I need some clarification that that's going to supplement the curriculum for financial literacy as opposed to circumventing. You follow me?
I'm not sure about the middle school financial literacy that you're referring to.
Well, financial literacy is supposed to cover not just middle school, but beginning in kindergarten up through high school. So again, I'm asking for clarification, and I'm not making myself clear because financial literacy is so very important. But my question again is, I'm hoping that it complements or supplements as opposed to taking away from. Dr. Doyle.
Yeah, and the financial literacy requirement you're talking about is what was recently, and I would say, when I say recently, like last 18 months passed by the State Board and the General Assembly as curriculum that will be covered, I believe, at the high school level. But this would supplement, not supplant that requirement. So it's really separate.
Thank you. And I'm mindful, and I'm glad that the State Assembly passed it. But even before that, I didn't retire as a teacher until 2016. DPI was requiring that financial literacy would be a part of the curriculum. So I'm hoping that we're continuing to do that as well. That's all I have.
Anyone else?
I just have a comment. I've enjoyed seeing some of your experts out in town about it.
Thank you. It's been a very successful program. Week 2 started yesterday, and the teachers are out in the industry and have wonderful things to say about our industry partners and the support they're providing. Thank you.
You need to get this approved, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I need to need to have a motion that the 2021-22 career and technical education budget for Craven County School be approved.
Okay.
It has been moved and second that the 2021-2022 career and technical education budget for Craven County School be approved. Are you ready for your question? All those who approve, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. That's been approved. At this time, I ask Dr. Tasha Gibbs to give us an update for summer school.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
As we shared back in May, there were some details about summer school that we provided at that time. And now that we have summer school underway, we wanted to provide an update of where we are. Our summer school, as you're aware, will run from June 7th to July 15th, providing 150 instructional hours for students K through 12. And there's some legislatively required areas that they have to focus on depending on the grade level as related to reading, math, science, physical activity, social emotional learning, and then particularly for our high school students, focusing on credit recovery, as well as incorporating our Read to Achieve camp, and also our students who are coming back for remediation in order to retake again their EOCs or EOGs if they did not score at a proficient level when they took them during the regular school year, as well as them also having the opportunity for enrichment and summer learning extension. As of, the numbers that I provided for you were our enrollment numbers at the time that I had to submit this to the board. So you can see our K-5 numbers, our middle school numbers, as well as our 9-12 numbers. And I've obtained an update from each of the sites as of yesterday on the number of students who are enrolled. And as of yesterday, our K-5 enrollment is 1,669. We had a lot of parents who signed their students up, and then we had some that decided they're not going to attend, which we understand. Decisions change over the course of time. And then for 6-8, as of yesterday, our enrollment is 677. So you can see that was an increase from the original enrollment for our middle school. One of our middle schools, West Craven Middle, had the largest increase in their numbers right before we got started. And then 9 through 12, as of yesterday, their enrollment is 583 students. And as you recall from the presentation last month, for high school students, they can drop in whenever they want to work on their credit recovery. So they don't necessarily have to stay a full day, depending on what they're trying to accomplish. So that's where our numbers are from June 4th, when they were total numbers at 3,044, to yesterday, our enrollment numbers are at 2,929. We do have some students that are participating that are planning to just participate in Read to Achieve camp. So then when that ends, those students will stop attending. And we also have some students who are attending just until the end of June who plan to obtain remediation and retake their EOC or EOG, depending on the grade level. So our numbers could fluctuate at those two timeframes. As of June 7th, we had 538 staff members employed for summer school. And so we were able to work out arrangements to get all of our school staff. So those numbers include our teachers, administrators, office support, teacher assistants, related services, bus drivers, school nutrition, and nurses at our sites. And so we have 14 elementary sites, 3 middle school sites, and 3 high school sites. Our early college students are attending the high school site that's closest to a residential area for convenience and for bus transportation if needed. Since our May 18th board work session update, our division in curriculum and instruction, we met with our K-8 teachers and administrators to share resources and materials with them, and also to give them an opportunity to ask any additional questions they may have right before we got started. The school level staff participated in a planning day on June 2nd at their site, because not everyone's working at the site where they work during the school year. So it gave them an opportunity to meet their team, start working on the rosters of their students, and understand the plan for the school day, what that schedule would look like, as well as get expectations and information from the site administrator where they're working. Because for many of them, it would be someone that they may not necessarily be familiar with if it wasn't their assigned site during the school year. From that planning day, after that planning day, we held grade span meetings with the principals and site coordinators on June 3rd to address attendance record keeping, to show them that process so everyone has a consistent way of recording attendance, because that's something that we need to keep record of throughout the entire program, as well as do employment paperwork, discuss supplies, and address any remaining questions that they had at that time. Also, our division members, along with Dr. Hassel and Mr. Lee, we met with the Boys and Girls Club as well as the YMCA on June 1st, because we have some students who are attending our summer school program and participating in camp at those two sites. And so Dr. Hassel worked directly with the two leaders from those programs in order to arrange bus transportation so that for those students who are planning to participate in both. So they did make plans for that so that the parents could make sure that the students could be transported from one location to the other site. On the 4th, the Office of Learning Recovery with DPI held a webinar to provide us with an update on the information that we have to provide in the fall related to summer school. And they changed the deadline from October 1st to October 30th. And so you can see it listed at the bottom of that item, the 5 areas that we have to provide follow-up information on to DPI at the end of summer school. And this is required of every school district. We have to provide the results of our competency-based assessment in reading and math for our K-8 students at the beginning of the program, and then also provide the post-assessment results that we will do at the end of the program. The third item is the number of students who progressed from the next grade level after participating in the program. So any students who were retained at the end of the regular school year who were then promoted, we have to report that information. Any students who participated who ended up remaining retained at the end of the program, based on where they were when they started, as well as the number of high school students who earn credit by completing credit recovery courses. And so those are the 5 items that we will have to gather information on at the end of the program. And obviously the program's ending in July. And then we have to submit that to DPI by October 30th. So that's the same information that we'll bring back to the board as well, so that you see it before we do that final send off to DPI. Yes, you had yes, ma'am.
Ms. Boomer?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for providing us with the wonderful information. I know Mr. Smith and I both have had the opportunity to go out to Gurganus, and I can't praise them enough. What a phenomenal job they are. And for those of you out in Zoom land who are wondering why I haven't been out there, I'll be out there soon with your acquiescence. That being said, I do have 2 questions. When you combined Tucker Creek and HMS as a site, what determined the students going to Tucker Creek as opposed to HMS? Likewise, what determined, because you combined Gurganus and Grammy-Barton, what determined the site being Gurganus as opposed to Grammy-Barton?
Okay. Well, the first one with Tucker Creek and HMS, when we did the staff applications and looked at that our staff application process or period ended May 14th. And so we didn't decide our sites until May 24th. And one of the main things that fed into that decision with those 2 schools had to do with the number of staff members who applied. Havelock Middle School had 3 core area staff members who applied to teach, and they had 100 students. Tucker Creek had 8 core staff members who had applied to teach, and they had 150 students. And because we're legislatively required to provide reading, math, and science to those grade levels as well as enrichment, we thought it would be better to make sure that we had all the students exposed to those areas on one site, as opposed to trying to divvy out the staff members at 2 different sites, because I think with the number of staff that we ended up having, we would have been short trying to divide them up. So we looked at the school that had the most total students that had applied, as well as the most staff members, particularly focusing on the core area to decide the site when it came to that. With Gurganus and Grammy-Barton, they were pretty equal as far as numbers and staff members, but that one came down to total staff being able to serve all of our school sites, as well as the number of sites that we were going to have our nurses travel to, because we don't have a nurse full-time at all of our sites. So in order to be sure that we could provide everything all the students needed, we ended up combining those sites, as well as looking at the proximity to one another. They were the closest of those 2 and the easiest to combine. So it wasn't that one outweighed the other in moving one to the other, but it was a staffing issue to make sure that we could provide what they needed and get the students there.
I hope I know everyone does, that we never have to go through this again. My concern was, and again, they're doing a phenomenal job, is that the children from Harlow are having to spend a long time on the bus.
To get to Tucker Creek?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And from which, I'm sorry.
From Harlow?
Yes, it was going to be a little bit longer ride for them than it would have been. But I think for either way we went, we were going to have to transport students a little bit further distance. When we first started out, we had a very small staff population at James W. Smith, but anywhere we tried to move James W. Smith was going to be a long ride for those students. And because the day was already long, that was one that we chose not to combine. But I agree with you. If we were able to have enough staff to fully staff all 25 of our sites, that would have been the best way to go. But when we didn't have enough to do that, we needed to be sure that we could meet the legislative requirements to be sure we had those core area teachers everywhere.
Thank you.
And I just want to say, because you brought up the nurses not at each school, that's a staffing issue. There's not enough nurses to fill those positions, not a choice on our part.
Right. We had some of the nurses had other arrangements for the summer, and obviously we can't force anyone to work summer school. So we did the best we could, and Ms. Heflin reached out to everyone that she could, and she set up the schedule so that we could be sure that at some point every school had coverage.
Any more questions or comments? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Boomer.
What update? Appreciate that. Thank you. But now, Ms. Michelle Lee. Continuous improvement.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good
I'm
morning.
excited to be here today to share with you information about adoptions, curriculum adoptions for grades 6 through 8 English language arts and K-5 math. So before we get started on the particular adoptions, I'd like to first talk a little bit about the why we need to have some adoptions. Why we need to adopt adoptions. So the first thing I want to talk about what exactly is a curriculum. So a curriculum goes beyond the standards or even textbooks. It's a comprehensive set of resources that frees our teachers to focus on teaching, not on creating the content. We currently do not have this in language arts, grades 6, 8, or in mathematics in grades K-5. So when we think about what a curriculum is, it kind of comes down to a scope and sequence for a broad scope and sequence that kind of gives you the pathway for the year of what's going to be taught. It includes the units of instruction. It has daily lessons. It has assessments built in, and it has instructional resources and provides professional development for our teachers. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit distracted.
Yeah. Math people here.
Oh, yeah. So these are some of our teachers who came. So if there were any questions, and following this presentation, we have some samples out in the hallway that we wanted to take a short break so you guys can go out and actually put your hands on the materials and ask these lovely teachers, get some feedback from them about the process that we went through. Okay. I didn't mean to throw us off, but I was struggling.
The more the merrier. We're glad to have them. So
yes, we are.
Okay,
thank you so much. So the primary responsibility of our school system is to make sure all of our children are prepared for college and career ready, and to keep them and make sure they're equipped with the knowledge, skills, and mindset so they can reach their fullest potential. High quality curriculum is essential to make this happen. So the reason it's so critical is because it sets the foundation for the learning students need at every grade level. I wanted to kind of point out that we hear a lot about the curriculum and what is the curriculum. We need to make one of the things that an adopted curriculum that is a high quality curriculum, it provides for us, it's been created by master teachers. It has embedded in it all of the critical thinking that we need them to have, all of the assessments that will help us determine if we're on par for where our kids need to be and to make decisions. Teachers certainly have plenty to do without having to create content. In Johns Hopkins Institute for Educational Policy said in 2017 that the research is unequivocal. A strong curriculum boosts student learning, and a weak one can actually cause students to lose ground. We've seen that over time, and we want to make sure that we're putting in place things to avoid that. I think why it's critical for teachers, and I'm not going to read all of these, but I want you to know that it is the job of the Board of Education and the district administration to give teachers the tools that they need to do their jobs effectively. We are empowered to do that. We often hear about parents and teachers talking about, we need textbooks. Our kids don't have textbooks anymore. Really what that is a cry for an aligned and comprehensive curriculum that teachers can use in planning instruction, and students have the resource in their hands that they need to be able to learn from those materials. It means the teacher doesn't have to reinvent the wheel. So we're going to provide teachers a coherent, comprehensive, and resource-based set of resources that will help guide his or her work. This does not mean teachers don't have some autonomy to pick and choose what works for them, but it frees their time so they can spend their time teaching and not on creating. They can spend their time on adapting the curriculum to meet the specific needs of their kids and not creating it or trying to search and find it all over wherever they have to go. When a school district fails to adopt and consistently support a high quality curriculum, teachers lose the essential foundation that they use to develop and deliver instruction. It's their guide. It's their roadmap, if you will. At best, teachers are left to their own devices to try to figure it out. And students have to learn day by day. Everything is there's a variable in everything. Year to year, classroom to classroom, there's no consistency. This next slide talks about, on average, teachers spend 7 to 12 hours searching and creating instructional resources, free and paid, and drawing them from a variety of sources wherever they can find the materials. And often these are not vetted. They're just materials that another teacher has put out there. If we're going to pursue equity for all students, we have to ensure that every Craven County school in every single classroom has access to the same high quality curriculum. It is necessary. We've never seen it more important than we just saw it with the pandemic. Everybody knows who the Education Trust is. It's a nonprofit whose mission is really to close opportunity gaps for disproportionately children of color and students from low-income families. A 2018 study said that without a high-quality curriculum, school districts struggle to make sure all students have access to high-quality instructional materials, and that consequence negatively affects children from low-income families and children of color. I'm disheartened by the study called The Opportunity Myth, and I'll be glad to share that with anybody who would like to read it. It's about 120 pages, but it is an excellent resource. And it talks about the significant difference in what kids of color or low-income families are even exposed to. How can we expect them to perform similarly if we're not even exposing them to the same material? So if you look at the next slide, this talks about the students tended to succeed on grade level. You can see, no matter if it was a classroom with mostly white students or a classroom that had a large percentage of students that were mostly of color, academically, the success rate was similar there. If you turn the page, now you see 4 out of every 10 classrooms with the majority of students of color never received a single grade level assignment. Think about that. 4 out of 10 of the classrooms that had the majority of students of color never received a single grade level assignment. That has to change. That's why our opportunity, or our not our opportunity gap, but our achievement gap continues to get so much larger every year. So I wanted to go over that with you because I wanted you to know why I believe it is so important. And I hope you can hear the passion about it in my voice. I'm a little bit shaky because it hurts my heart to think that we have kids that aren't getting the same quality instruction that everybody deserves. So when we went into this adoption process, I was in charge of the English language arts for grades 6 through 8 and through our reading goal team and the math goal team. And I think Dr. Dawson and Mr. Griffin have kind of the charge there for mathematics. But I'm going to go over the English language arts, and then Mr. Griffin is going to go over the mathematics. Here is a list of the teachers that participated in the ELA curriculum committee. These were identified by their principals. I asked the principals for who they felt on their campus at each grade level would be the best person to represent their colleagues. So you can see their names there. The next one shows the process that we went through. I had someone recently say to me how this seemed to be very specific in how we went about this process. And I shared that I feel like the success of both of these adoptions is backed because we had a process in place to get this work done. And you can see on this particular slide, it shows you what we went through. And ours is a little bit different than math, but it's basically the same thing. In English language arts, we started out with Ed Reports. All of you know what Ed Reports is. And we were using that to identify which curriculums were the most aligned for our work. Once the Reading Gold team in April identified the 4 that were the highest ratings and the most closely identified with what we did, then we started meeting with our teachers. We used EQUIP rubric, which is a rubric that teachers and other curriculum specialists use to evaluate instructional and curriculum materials. We use that as our basis for our rubric. But at our very first meeting with our teachers, we asked them to identify all of the things that they felt this strong, high-quality curriculum would have to have for them to be able to feel comfortable supporting it. So they made a list. We made a huge list. We took that list and we embedded it into the EQUIP rubric. So everywhere it fit, if it was there, we marked it off. If it wasn't there, we added it. So that all of those pieces that the teachers felt were so vital were part of our rubric. Once that happened, then we sent the curriculum samples to the schools for the first review, and every teacher had the opportunity to use the rubric and score the samples. We had remember this is grade 6, 7, and 8 in all 5 schools. So we had over 50 teachers participate in scoring and using the rubric for that. Following that, we hosted curriculum presentations for our ELA educators. The curriculum committee met on May 26th. We had 4 vendors that participated. 2 came to our site and gave a presentation, face-to-face presentation, and 2 did it through Zoom. Once that happened, the curriculum, the teachers that were in the building created drivers and restrainers for each one. At the end of each presentation, we took a break and we did plus delta or drivers and restrainers for that. Then we wanted them to take it back to the schools one last time. Because remember, I told you that everybody had the opportunity to use the rubric to score. The piece that we changed was in the second review, we asked them to get consensus for their grade level. We felt like everybody could vote for something different, but it was important to go back and look at the materials again, see what the drivers and restrainers, what they had came out of the presentations. And then as a PLC or as a community of teachers that are teaching that same grade level and curriculum area, which one of these is the one that you feel is best for your school? So every team had the opportunity to make the final vote. And then we finalized the recommendation with cabinet before we brought it to you today. So that process, while I spent a lot of time on it, I want you to know that process really has served us well. Here are some of the items that your curriculum committee or my curriculum committee or our curriculum committee prioritized. It had to be aligned to North Carolina standards. It had to include digital and face-to-face print resources for teachers and students. It had to be user-friendly and it had to integrate nicely into Canvas because that's our
learning management
management system. Whew, that went away. It had to have engaging and diverse text. It had to incorporate high yield strategies and learning practices regarding reading, writing, grammar, and vocabulary. And it had to incorporate formative and summative assessments to provide data to inform instruction. When you hear educators come up with a list like that, you know they know their stuff, right? That's impressive. The next page, 2 pages, is the rubric that we created so that everyone had all of their needs met. And then the next 4 pages show the ed reports. The next 3 show the ed reports for the 3 top vote getters. And you can see that in each of these areas, they're all green, all of they're meeting and have the highest rating and meets expectations for alignment. The next page, I wanted to put it so that everyone could kind of see what the drivers and restrainers were. This was the first one is Springboard, which is the publisher's College Board. And you can see on the left is a picture of the actual chart tablet where they did the work. And then over on the right, the drivers and restrainers. You have it for Amplify is the second one that we looked at. And then the last one that we used was My Perspectives that we looked at. Our data was based on outcomes. Curriculum materials were reviewed and scored by over 50 middle school ELA teachers the first time. And the final vote was a consensus of each professional learning community and the curriculum that they felt best served their students. So 64.3% of our PLCs, our ELA teams, felt like Springboard was the curriculum that was closest aligned to the work that we're doing here in Creighton County. Part 3 of this presentation is since Springboard was our choice, I wanted to give you a couple of items here to tell you what about Springboard stood out to us. It puts kids in charge of what they learn, preparing them with the skills and knowledge that matters most for college and career readiness. The vendor for Springboard is College Board. I'm sure many of you know who College Board is. And so they certainly know what our kids need when we think about going to college and being career ready. They structure the activities through engagement, discussion, and collaboration. And kids really have to take ownership of their learning. I think that is so important. In the time of the pandemic, we really learned that our kids didn't know how to own their learning. They didn't have the agency and the advocacy in order to do some of that independent work. We also wanted to make sure that the Springboard had all of those pieces in it. It had easy to use digital and print tools. So with this adoption, every teacher and every student get not only the digital version, but they also get the print version. Quality assessments to track student progress, and then this built-in critical thinking skills that serve as the foundation of the curriculum. The planning, and there's a couple of things here with the teacher features. It has the plan, teach, assess, and adapt, which sounds really very familiar, right? It's very similar to plan, do, study, act. So it has that built into their lessons. It provides for differentiation and different supports for differentiation. And it has connections to the AP and the SAT. The assessments, they're integrated. They have activity quizzes and they have unit assessments. And it has an opportunity for teachers to use these to inform their instruction. And they're explicit and transparent to teachers and students that let them so teachers know how the development of these skills are going for the children. It's based on 4 instructional principles: close observation and analysis, higher order questioning, academic conversations, and evidence-based writing. One of the things I really liked about this curriculum is the emphasis on writing. So if you turn the page now, We talked about as we reviewed data through the last year, especially with our Lexia Power Up in middle school, we saw that our children in work study and language and grammar had significant deficits. So this particular curriculum has workshops for language that helps build their background knowledge. It has a strong emphasis, Ms. Clark, I know you'll like this, on vocabulary. And it has close reading. So teachers have materials available that they don't have to worry about finding passages or copyright law. It's part of this curriculum for that close reading that kids need to develop those critical thinking. It also has close reading workshops that are teacher guided, collaborative in nature, and then also has independent reading involved in it. This is to get kids to those higher levels of Bloom's taxonomy, where they're not just regurgitating material, remembering, or summarizing, they're actually analyzing, synthesizing, and evaluating, justifying the material that they read. And it also has a writer's workshop that has reading and connects the reading and the writing. We know that's the best way to teach writing. And it has the ability to remind kids how to write in different modes. Kids are able to collaborate on writing assignments with peers. And it has an understanding and the grammar, the usage, the style, and the mechanics is big. It's a big component of that. It also has two unique areas. They have Zinc Learning Labs, which is really designed to further inspire the love of reading. It is a digital library of current articles and excerpts of classic literature that kids have access to. And it allows teachers to have an individual pathway for children. They can identify specific, think about a 7th grade boy. He really doesn't want to read about some things that 7th grade girls want to read, but they can use this to differentiate according to lexile, according to interest, and according to the needs of the student. So I'm really excited about the opportunity for complex text and the teacher's ability to differentiate that. And finally, it has a Turn-It-In revision assistant. And this is a process to help children further improve their writing skills. It provides a customized online support for every student that needs it. And it gives kids insight on how to focus on their writing, gives them just-in-time specific guidance on their writing, and it provides trend analysis. We all know that when North Carolina stopped requiring students to take the end of grade writing test, when the writing test went away, the writing emphasis in our English language arts classrooms suffered. So I feel like this will be a great way to bring that back into our classrooms. So professional learning is the key to this. I've heard so many times since I've been in Craven County, and especially since I've moved into this role, implementation is everything. How you roll it out and how you get teacher support so that they're using a product that they believe in. And so professional development and professional learning is built into this curriculum. They're available both online and in person. If you at the next page, it talks about the virtual first. There's asynchronous self-paced foundational overview as well as synchronous webinars. These virtual resources are available for the entire 5 years of the life of the adoption. So new teachers every year have the benefit, if they don't know anything about it, they can get the same training that the teachers got initially when we brought this to Craven County. The e-modules are about 8 to 10 hours of self-paced training, and they can get CEUs for that. And then those webinars are 1 hour targeted webinars on a variety of topics, differentiation, might be on EL learners, it could be on a variety of things, and they're all reported for future use. And then we have our face-to-face professional learning. All teachers will receive training on the components, kind of like an initial overview of the adoption and how to utilize it in planning their instruction. Every administrator will get a face-to-face professional learning day where they will get information about what the program looks like, sounds like, and how to look for the look-fors in implementation. There's differentiation workshops that help teachers tap into the resources available to help them differentiate their instruction to meet the needs of all of our learners. And our teachers are trained, will be trained on the use of the assessment portfolio and how to use that to guide instruction to meet the needs of our children. The next steps, we're here today in the green. We need board approval and funding for this. Once that happens, the learning system coaches are ready to align the curriculum to our pacing guide documents. We'll then, over the summer, beginning of school, train curriculum and the pacing guide documents, make sure everybody knows how the curriculum is anchored to our pacing guides and anchored to our standards. We'll establish measures of fidelity of implementation of our curriculum, making sure that not only do teachers know where everything is, they're using it and it's meeting the needs of our kids. And we'll monitor the deployment to make sure that we get the best opportunity for teachers to use it with fidelity. And then, of course, as with my job title and everything else, we are always going to be continuously improving the alignment and the deployment of how we roll these initiatives out. That's what I got for you today. So if you have any questions for me, I'll be glad to answer them at this time.
I just want to, since you brought so many wonderful people here today, are they going to share something with us, their experience?
I'll be glad to.
Let me actually add, and I forgot to say this right before the meeting started, it would be beneficial after Mr. Griffin does his presentation, before the board takes any action, to give a break to let you all review the materials, talk to the teachers, and then we can come back and then you guys can take action if you, it's a desire of the board. So I just wanted to make that option.
So we let Mr. Griffin do his now, then we take a break, that's what you're saying?
Yes, but I mean, whenever you would like to hear from the educators who are in the room, absolutely, that's up to the board, but I wanted to make that schedule change if that's possible.
So we'll allow Mr. Griffin to do his first.
Okay, yeah. Does anyone have any questions for me about Springboard ELA?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, do you want me to defer my questions to after Mr. Griffin speaks?
I know she's here, so you're going to ask me.
What is I have several questions, Mrs. Lee.
Okay.
First statement, thank you for your exhaustive report. My first question, though, is what is the impetus behind Craven County using Springboard or any high quality instruction?
For the last, so we in Craven County about 4 years ago, we heard the cries of our teachers and we saw the stress and the exasperation of trying to create content and trying to create curriculum. We were asking them to do that at the same time, asking them to teach the material and differentiate the instruction and assess teachers and use that assessment to make changes. And all the while they're having to be content creators. So the impetus is our teachers deserve a high quality curriculum in which to use as a resource for developing their instruction. We heard that cry. We've heard that cry for years now. We adopted originally our K-5 ELA curriculum. And as soon as that happened, our middle schools wanted to know when they were going to get their curriculum adoption. So they had some resources that were given to them for them to use to build quality lesson plans. So the impetus really is the teachers' need. And also, I think that personally, I believe the high quality curriculum isn't just something we should do. I think we're obligated to give them something to use as the as the foundational piece for developing lesson plans.
What's your response when I say high quality instruction is a given? It boggles the mind, quite frankly, that we're just talking about high quality instruction now.
Can I respond real quick? Sure. So first, when the accreditation agency came to evaluate us in 2017, one of the things that they said was that we were missing curriculum in our subject areas. And so we've taken a stepwise approach to adopt curriculum, starting with K-5 ELA, then moving to math in grade 6 through now 12. This is adding the piece for 6, 8 English language arts, and now K-5 math. There's no question about the fact that our teachers are trying to make sure that they provide the highest quality instruction. It's making sure that the instructional activities and the resources that they use are aligned to the standard course of study. And that's what this curriculum allows us to do. So we have standards that are created by the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction that are vetted by our teachers across the state of North Carolina, but they are statements of what's supposed to be learned, the skills, the behaviors, the dispositions, and the content, but it doesn't give the teacher the instructional activities. And so as Ms. Lee was describing, our teachers are spending voluminous amounts of time, of their own time, in the evenings and on weekends trying to plan lessons, sometimes using their own money to pay teachers, using Pinterest and other unvetted sources that are not necessarily aligned to the standard course of study, which is what creates issues across our system, but also across, all education organizations with inequities. And so this is trying to make sure that all of our schools have the same foundation of core curriculum on our triangle with MTSS, are making sure that all students have access to those instructional activities that are aligned to the standard course of study so that students can all be high achievers.
Educational trust, and I'm glad you brought that up because they don't just speak about high quality instruction, they talk about high expectations. So we can bring in all the programs or curriculum that they want, but unless with fidelity, the teachers are instructed. And I know they're busting their hiney, so to speak, unless we ensure that everyone, no matter what particular ethnicity or gender there is, has high expectations of Billy Bob, this is all for naught.
Yes, ma'am. And so I want to just make sure you remember that this process is built around ensuring fidelity of instruction. So now that we have, or once we have the curriculum in hand, you're exactly right. If it sits on the shelf, it does no one any good. So the importance of the professional learning for our teachers so they know how to use it and how it can be best used. Our administrators to know what this looks like or sounds like in the classroom and what to look for fidelity of implementation. Without a doubt, you're 100% correct. That's what those high expectations and that high level of fidelity is what will make differences in what we see.
How is this different than what we've got high achieving systems coach, learning systems coach? How is this different than what they've been doing?
This is a curriculum.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
They have been helping teachers identify resources. They've been trying to help them align the resources. But again, this is a curriculum, and now the learning system coaches can help them understand it and how to develop it. They can help model some of the lessons as needed. They can actually support the teacher with using the curriculum instead of trying to help the teacher create the curriculum. So it'll free up some of their time to be able to actually spend more time with the teacher and giving them the support they need for implementation instead of creation.
Okay. Then one last question. One of the self-criticisms of us, I'm talking about the board and teachers and the administration and cabinet, is that Creighton County always whips out these programs or curriculums or new ideas, and then we change them. So
we this adoption cycle is a 5-year adoption cycle, which is typically the state. That's the way the state, they roll out adoptions for 5-year terms. And so my thought is on this particular curriculum that we'll be able to use this for the entire life of the adoption and moving forward. The only cost after the first 5 years is every year there's consumable for students. During the life of the contract, teachers get those consumables every single year. So they don't have to hold their coffee and make copies for their students. During those 5 years, they'll get new consumables every single year. And then following the 5-year cycle, if this continues to be the direction we want to continue traveling, then the only cost would be for us to purchase the consumables year to year.
Can I add one more thing? And I think this is some part of the misunderstanding that maybe the public and our teachers sometimes don't understand. Before there was virtual and blended learning, we had textbooks. Now we have textbooks and digital resources and instructional activities. And that's what we're asking today, is that we adopt that kind of hard copy textbook, the curriculum for this cycle of the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction's revision of curriculum. They revise curriculum every 5 to 7 years. And so we are compelled to evaluate their standard course of study and then provide the core resources that our teachers are going to use on that same cycle. Obviously, usually they adopt something and then we follow afterwards. And so that's what's happening here. So this is not like a software program. These are the materials that teachers are going to develop their lessons from for the next several years. And so we have stuck with previous curriculum that in math and K-5 English Language Arts. We're on our 3rd. Next year will be the 4th year on some of those curriculums. So we have stuck with things. It's just, I think that some of our folks sometimes confuse the instructional resources we're using for our core instructional activities, which is what we're asking about here, versus what individual schools might be using for supplemental resources or resources that are outside some of the vetted resources that cabinet, our educators who are in the room have reviewed. And so that's other work that the district has been trying to do, is to evaluate what is out there in individual schools so that we can take things off the plate of our teachers and stop them from drowning a bit. I hope that provides some clarification.
No, ma'am. What middle schools, besides the core subject of math, are using textbooks?
So I'm not saying that folks are using textbooks. What I'm saying is that because we don't have textbooks in the same way that we did in the past, because now we have so many more resources, is that we're adopting hard copy and virtual materials to assist in providing that foundational core curriculum for our teachers. Does that make sense? Okay.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Okay, so I'm just going to say the thing, and I'm going to acknowledge me. It's no secret that Kelly's asked the hard questions, and everybody thinks that Kelly's harsh and abrasive and out straightforward, right? And that she digs for stuff, and I do. So I'll own that today. I am thrilled with this curriculum choice. I have received over the course of the past several months a crash course on curriculum, adoption, standards, DPI approved curriculum list that aligns with our standard course of study. So much so that I knocked Michelle Lee down last week, as well as Jason Griffith, when I took the initiative to pick up the phone and call them and thank them for this curriculum adoption. And Ms. Dawson, Dr. Dawson, I apologize. I didn't realize that you were involved in this too, but thank you. This is a tremendous bonus plus need that we're going to meet today if we approve this curriculum. We have digital resources. We have hard copies. Our kids are going to be writing. This is a major deal for Craven County schools. This is going to provide us with a huge opportunity. No one else has said it, so I'm going to say it. We also have a local person from this company that lives in our community that can offer us support, which is huge. And I'm going to put it all out there today. This person is vested in Craven County schools, and I know that. And this person has had children that goes to our school system, and they very much know our needs. And they're huge. And the fact that we have these teachers sitting here today that actively participated in this, and it is my understanding we have over 70% support for this curriculum adoption. This is the right thing to do. And I'm so pleased. This is a huge, huge, huge opportunity for our children and our teachers. And this is a momentous occasion for me today. So I support you guys, and I was going to wait until after Mr. Griffith did his presentation, but it's too important not to do now. And I'm ready for us to go to break and look and talk to you guys. So thank you very, very much.
On the K through 5 level, will each child have a hard copy book, or will the books be for the teachers and the children have digital copies?
So we're not adopting K-5 curriculum today. We already have a K-5 English Language Arts curriculum. And that curriculum, children have hard copies of various books. It's not a textbook. It is a plethora of trade books and novels that they use in their classroom, but they do have hard copies of that.
And they have hard copies that they can use and take home every night?
Absolutely, yes, sir. Mm-hmm. When that particular curriculum was adopted, the district bought every trade book that was available for every classroom, and children have every classroom has huge sets of classroom set novels and books to let the children take home and do their work. Yes, sir. Are there any other questions?
I just had one question. I was really concerned about the slide that said 38% of the classrooms that had no grade level assignments with mostly students of color versus 12%. I'm assuming this is taken from kind of a national.
Opportunity Met. Yes, it's by the TNT group, and they have done a lot of the work on curriculum adoptions. They are people who supply the rubrics and things like that, and then we use it to adjust.
Okay. I don't think those numbers reflect our system, though.
This is a national data from a national research project. I hope that I said the first thing I said was that it was disheartening to me to see these numbers. I hope that that's not the case. I don't believe anywhere that it is an intentional, that something that's done intentional. But however, when you have a classroom of a lot of struggling learners, teachers want success. They want their kids to feel some success. So how do we do that without lowering the expectations and making the material easier so that kids do have some success? So it's a balancing act. I think our teachers do it as well as everyone. I think they've done it without having the resources or tools that they need. They've been doing it on their own. So I think this will absolutely help make sure that Craven County isn't part of these numbers.
Part of the reason I say that is I can't imagine that we're not assigning work to our students in our classrooms, all of our students.
Well, we are assigning work. The question is, are we assigning rigorous grade level work to every student? So, I mean, in all fairness, there is a correlation that we could say our kids in their classroom, they're making A's and B's on their classroom work, but how successful are they being on the summit of the year? We could say, well, if they're doing so well and making A's and B's on the work, that they're not doing well on a summative assessment, we have to ask ourselves, is the material that they're doing and getting the A's and B's on as rigorous as it should be? Or are we missing a piece about building the endurance for these children to be able to take the test. I think there's a lot of scenarios that we could say it could be, and we don't know. But giving them a curriculum that addresses it, then we can say we've covered. If we tease it out and this was part of the issue, now we are giving them some tools to overcome it.
Okay, I fully support what you're doing. And I think it comes down to that critical definition of what grade level assignment is.
Absolutely.
So students can be getting materials that are deemed appropriate for the level that they're on,
Absolutely.
which might be a big disconnect from grade level work.
That's exactly,
Okay.
that is exactly what,
Thank you.
that is exactly what this data is. I mean, this report is about how kids they're going to school every day and they're doing the work, but is the work that is being assigned to them the same and at the same rigor level in all classrooms? Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else I can do for you all?
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Griffin, who's going to go through the mathematics.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, in going through the K-5 math curriculum adoption, you're going to see some parallels to the presentation that Ms. Lee shared, but we also are going to share some information in a different format. So if you will scroll up just a little bit here. So you can see a timeline of our process. Cabinet and the math and science goal team approved the criteria for this program on February 15th. And then we brought together a stakeholder group that was representative of all 15 elementary schools on April 20th. Then on May 4th, we met with our stakeholder group again to develop our own rubric. So in comparison to the ELA adoption, we created our own rubric based off of cabinet's expectations, the math goal team's expectations, and then the teacher expectations of what we want in a particular curriculum. And then on May 12th, we hosted vendors to come in. We had 3 out of 4 vendors who did live presentations. These were live streamed via Zoom. So for our administrators and our staff that were still in session during school, were able to, if they had planning periods, they could see these sessions. And we also recorded them and shared it back. We provided 3 weeks to staff to be able to take time in their grade level PLCs and in staff meetings to go over the content. And then we came back with we took and sent samples out to the schools, so they had that to review as well. I've got some teacher leaders here that are going to talk to you about that process. And then we sent out the rubric to every teacher in the district. And we had a very positive response from our educators, which I'll dive into in just a little bit. Then on June 1st, we analyzed the numbers, and you're going to see the proof was in the pudding in terms of the results. And then recently, we made a final recommendation to cabinet. So if you'll scroll up, this is just a list of our educator group. So our district math goal team was very strategic in the individuals that we selected on this panel, because we wanted to make sure that we had beginning teacher input. We had input from our ESL teachers, AIG, our seasoned teachers that have been around the block and used different curriculums. So we had a good representation of all of our schools. The next slide, you will see what the district wants in a curriculum, and then what you can see that the teachers and the schools said they wanted in a curriculum. So you'll see the first 2 bullets. It's essential that we have a curriculum that is aligned with the North Carolina Standard Course of Study. Both groups wanted that. You also see where we said that the district said we wanted something that was device friendly, but not just something that kids do on a device, but it's a blend of something that we can do face to face, we can do virtually. If we have another hurricane, we can still roll this curriculum out. Also, we wanted something that had pre-made digital resources. As Dr. Doyle had talked earlier with the ELA adoption, we want teachers to no longer have to go to these outside resources that are not vetted and bring all this additional stuff in. We wanted a one-stop shop where we could get everything and also eliminate some of the other resources that teachers were using. The district felt it was very important to have a heavy reading component, nonfiction, fiction. So we wanted that integrated into our math curriculum. Just like ELA, we wanted to incorporate high yield strategies and learning practices, and we wanted to be able to provide differentiation. How do we provide a curriculum to our students that addresses everybody? And that's what we're going to share with you this morning. So we did a sample of all the regions in the Southeast. And we literally got on the phone, Dr. Dawson and I, calling different regions saying, hey, what math curriculum are you using? So you can see Beaufort County is they're going through the adoption process. So we had a lot of conversations with Beaufort because they're in the same boat that we are. You can see some other districts, Carteret, currently, they've recently adopted HMH. You can see Charlotte Neck uses Envision. So some of these are just personal, these counties are personal friends of ours. So like, for example, my friends in Perquimans, they use iReady and Ready Math. Pasquotank, they use Eureka and Engage New York. So we were trying to get a good sample size of what people were already using. So we took this list as a math gold team and we trimmed it down to some resources we felt like we should do more research on. So the next slide will show you the 4 resources that we looked at. We looked at a program or a curriculum called Bridges into Mathematics. And this is one that is fairly new, but we had received some feedback from other districts that this was one that they were considering. We took a look at Envisions because we had other districts around us that were using this particular program. There is a typo there. That is not HGH because that's an illegal substance. That is it should be HMH. My fault on the typo. HMH into math. And then we also looked at iReady. So those were the 4 vendors that came in and did 90-minute presentations for us face-to-face, and we streamed live. Just like ELA, we went through the ed reports because we wanted to make sure that before we bring these vendors in, that research has been done. So you can see all 4 of these programs show alignment with focus and coherence, rigor and mathematical practices, and the usability rating. On all 4 of these programs was very high. If you'll scroll through the next 4 slides. So all the ratings on all 4 of these programs was really high. So then comes May 12th. So we bring the vendors in for presentations. We've got our teacher stakeholder group there. They've got their rubric and they're analyzing. And this is the feedback that we received from our team. They said that they really liked that the vendors came and they had samples. They really liked having it in person so we could put our hands on it. In elementary, we like to have our hands on things and play with things. And that's what we were able to do during these presentations. We had surveys that were able to be done right after the presentation, so the information was fresh in our panel's mind. We had representation from all grade levels, not just K2 in some cases, or just 3-5. We had it across the board. Also, teachers being allowed to make their own opinions and have their own judgments. And I shared with the group prior to, as a principal and a teacher, I've used all these programs. So I kind of kept my mouth shut, and they're nodding back there, so that they could make their own judgments about, which program they felt like was best. We followed the flow chart of the adoption process that Cabinet has put in place for the district. The criteria that was in the presentations was reflected in our rubric. And then we got deltas, and these are areas that we know that we can improve on if we have to go through this process again. Being able to hear how folks are using these programs in real time. That was very important to our teacher group. Also, having the agenda for the presentations. Some of the vendors did not come with agendas. So that was something that we pointed out that in the future, they would need to be able to provide those. Some of the vendors were not clear on additional program pricing. So we had to do some additional research on that. So that was a delta for us. And then some of the presenters who showed up didn't have enough materials. So we had to have things sent back to the schools after the fact. I'm going to pause because after our vendor presentation, we had our teachers go back to the schools, and our teachers took this process really serious. So at this time, I'm going to ask three of our lead teachers in the district to come up. Miss Rosa Ingram from James W. Smith, Miss Ashley Alisea from W.J. Durganis, and Miss Summer Bjork from Durganis as well. They are working summer school, so I told them that, they could keep their presentation short and get right back to their school. But I do want them to talk about what they did in the school to get feedback from their teachers.
Hi, I'm from Durganis Elementary along with Summer, and Rose is from James W. Smith. But I attended the initial meeting on where we formulated that rubric for what we wanted to see in a textbook adoption, which was, just like Kelly Muse said, music to our ears, because this was something we were really excited about. So digging into what the math curriculum would be or could be and what our wishes and wants were, that was something that was new for us, really amazing. So we formulated the rubric as elementary school teachers, and then I went back to my school, and Summer and I did the same thing with our staff. I thought it was interesting to see how their wishes and wants aligned to all of our conversations, but it was very similar. So once we figured out what we really wanted in a math curriculum, and then we went to the presentation from the vendors, we came back to our school again with samples. So elementary kids, we like glitter and hands-on things. So we got to dig into the materials. I think that is essential because vendors can talk all day long about the bells and whistles that their program has, but when you can really touch it and feel it and look into it and say, oh yeah, I really do like that. That was something that was helpful for us. So we presented them, we allowed our staff time to look into them. We set them up in the teacher's lounge so they could, at their leisure, go into it and go into further. We had online access for them to look at the platforms, which is also important. And then also in true elementary fashion, we did a consentagram. So the teachers and anybody else, AIG, anyone else who wanted to participate, voted on what they thought was their favorite choice for what they think they can envision themselves using. So it was a process, and I feel like we really took the time to delve into each one of the products that we were presented with and give it a just look, I guess you could say. Emma, anything else?
I do want to add that before we started looking at a core curriculum, we had to evaluate kind of what we had this year, and that was the adoption of Freckle as a supplemental program. And our math school team, we ripped it apart. We looked at the good, we looked at the bad, we looked at the ugly. And for us to make any sort of growth as a system, we have to evaluate what we've been given. And at first it was great because a lot of us had zero resources. Starting from 0 to 85 is a really, really great jump. And it just made us crave a complete packaged curriculum even more. And I'm hesitant to use the words complete packaged curriculum because you don't give a chef a box of hamburger helper and say, make a decadent meal, but you do give the chef the ingredients they need to make a decadent meal. So I think with these 4, I think we have one that gives us the ingredients that we need.
And coming from my school level, it's important to make sure that we're all using some of the same vocabulary K-5, using some of the same anchor research-based activities, using some of the same aligned graphic organizers and anchor charts, so that way you're not reteaching the student each year, each teacher how to ride the bike while riding the bike. When they see certain graphic organizers, they will automatically know, okay, we're about to do word problems, we're about to talk about arrays or different things like that that we cover in math that goes from K-5. So just having some of those same anchor resources to pull from will not only help the students, but it will help the teachers to better understand where the students are going throughout their K-5 journey and what it looks like at the grade level below you and the grade level above you. And then one of the programs that my school was like aligns with the that you're already using in real time. So you can go in and see, okay, this student is at this level because of this reason, or this student's at this level, and I can push them a little more if I do this as a teacher. Another part that we liked about the program was it had instructional videos. So if I'm out for whatever reason, or you go out to have a baby or whatever, your substitute can pre-watch the video to kind of get an idea of what the lesson rollout should look like. And I think that's important because real life happens. So just some of those features were kind of nice to have available to all staff, and some of the PD opportunities were available online, like a help chat. You can just type in your question and then get immediate feedback. And I think that's important with the limited amount of planning and time that we have throughout the day to be able to just have that automatic opportunity. That was some things that kind of stuck out for my school level.
So I'm going to give you a number. I want you to remember this number, 393. We had 393 educators that responded to our rubric. So to kind of put that in perspective, you have approximately 328 teachers, K-5, that includes art, music, PE, 50 EC teachers, roughly, give or take, maybe a little more, 30 administrators, and then you have AIG and ESL. So I'm a numbers person, so I'm going to show you the results of our 4 vendors based off of numbers. So out of that 393 individuals who evaluated this program, 66% of the staff felt like one vendor, and there's a score of 0, 1, 2, and 3. So you will see that the yellow bar is the highest that you could get. Looks yellow, and it might be brown. I don't know, colorblind. But you can see 66% felt like Into Math was aligned to the North Carolina Standard Course of Study. Now, with any vendor, whether you're talking Springboard, Spring Action, Into Math, whatever vendor you look at, they are created on a national scale. But the work behind the scenes to get the curriculum aligned is what this vendor has done. And they can talk to you more in detail about that on the break. So if you look at the next slide, it was very important to the Math Goal team and the teachers to include pre-made digital resources and digital manipulatives. 73% of the 393 educators surveyed felt like that Into Math was that resource that provided that overwhelmingly. Incorporating high yield strategies, once again, Into Math had the majority of educators that felt like it incorporated high yield strategies. Just like ELA, we wanted to make sure we had a curriculum that built in differentiation, enrichment for AIG, and impacted all students. And once again, overwhelming majority for Into Math. Incorporating reading was very important. And with this particular vendor, Into Math, they actually provide texts that we are proposing that every single teacher in our district that receives that, in addition to the curriculum, they'll receive texts that help incorporate those real world and global connections. So we had an overwhelming majority of that for Into Math. And then if you'll go to the next slide. Which brings us to the recommendation. So based off the input from 393 educators, our Math Goal team, and our district cabinet, I am recommending to you that we approve HMH Into Math for our K-5 curriculum adoption. And I do that for several reasons. Number one, HMH Into Math is a mix of old school and new school. It's not too much screen time, but it's a blended approach. And with our diverse group of educators, that came out very loud and clear from our group. We wanted a mix of old school and new school. The presentation that was done to us that was recorded and live streamed was a teacher. So we had a teacher who presented this curriculum, not a salesperson, but a teacher that uses this curriculum, on a regular basis. So that was very key for our group. Teachers have everything at their fingertips. You heard Ms. Bjork talk about Freckle and all these other resources. They're no longer needed. This is a one-stop shop. This is a one package. You've got a universal screener. You've got a core curriculum. You've got a supplemental curriculum. It's all in one place. That's what we have with HMH. On the screen and also outside is a list of everything that we get with this particular resource. And we are literally giving our teachers everything they need at their fingertips. And I think one of the big points that we need to remember here is this is a great opportunity now more than ever for us to network with other districts. Because if you saw the map earlier, Carteret, Pitt County, Lenoir, there's quite a few places here in the Southeast that have adopted this same curriculum. And what better time than now for us to be able to network with other kindergarten teachers who have used this curriculum, who have already done the work to align the resources. So we've got a prime opportunity now to do that. The next slide here is about WAGGLE, which is the supplemental program that comes with HMH into math. And if we do core instruction and it's not working, we've got supplemental resources that we can work with our struggling students, but we can also push our students as high as 8th grade with the materials that they provide. Just like ELA, we've got a very similar professional development plan that we've already started working on. We would provide a 2-hour training initially, 35 sessions, because of the large number of, or 35 participants, 12 sessions actually instead of 11, due to the number of people we're trying to train prior to school starting. So very first day of school, teachers will have resources in hand. Schools will get those in July. And this is, we will start out with a 2-hour training. And just like Lexia that we presented before, we will have ongoing coaching throughout this entire process. And I think that's why Lexia has been successful. And I feel very confident that's why this program is going to be successful. So if you look at the last slide that we have, just to kind of show you where we are and kind of wrapping things up, we're at the next step to obtain board approval and funding for that. We have been approved by the state, and we adopted a similar process to 2 other regions surrounding us for the funding process. Federal requirements have changed a little bit, so we've adopted that process. It's been approved by DPI. That's a part of your agenda items. In order for this to be successful, we got to make sure folks are trained. We got to make sure that teachers have the resources in hand first day, not mid-year, and we're going to make sure that that happens. Not only are we going to train, but we're going to monitor this, and that starts with the principal in the building, making sure that that instructional leader has got this curriculum in place in every single classroom, every single day. We're going to monitor that from the district level to make sure that this rollout goes as smooth as possible, and we're going to continue to review this curriculum and this process and welcome feedback, make adjustments, and we're going to keep things moving. Before I wrap up, I do want to give Ms. Corey Kick, who most of you probably know better than me, just to say a few words about HMH and our hopefully new partnership pending approval.
Thank you, Jason. Thanks, everybody. So I was up this morning at 5 a.m., not because of the thunder boomers rolling through, but because for me, this is, gosh, I hope I can get through this without even breaking down. I was sitting there trying to just write some notes, but for those of you who know me and those of you who may not, 13 years ago, probably about this time, whoever was the school board was approving my position under Todd Bradley as a 4th grade teacher at Brinson Elementary. I went on to teach here in the district, and at that time had kids at Brinson, and both are now Craven County alumni. One is working hard at Craven Community College, graduated EC student, and the other is on her way to UNCW in the Honors College program for marine biology. So I am so passionate to be given the possibility to come back as a partner. I've gone on to work at the DPI level as a math regional consultant, as well as a math director in Pamlico County Schools. I obviously now currently work for Houghton Mifflin as a Pinnacle AE, proudly advocating for game-changing curriculum such as Into Math. So it seems in some ways like yesterday that I was here in the classroom and working with folks like Rhonda Sneeden and Allison Morris and Deborah Longhans and Carol Hale as my mentors to go on and pursue what I do now with curriculum and working in the school systems. I still live here. So part of the collaboration that we're excited about is the partner districts, that I have collaborated with and joined together. So we are very excited for Craven County to potentially become part of that group and for us to continue to excel and do great things with math. The program itself, as you've heard, and I'll be happy to share with you outside, and in fact, at any point after this, but they thought of everything. When I was choosing what to do next, it was very important for me not to be a salesperson because I'm an educator. And this company is made up of 85% post-educators, whether it be superintendents or teachers or principals. And so I continue to learn from them and grow as an educator, as well as I've become a master curriculum evaluator in the process. So Jason mentioned there's, the universal screener included. The data piece is huge, but so many programs now have data that is impressive because this is where we're at. So the game changer for us is now that we got the data, what do we do to help the kids? And how do we support the teachers to do that? And that's where this program is huge. Going through this pandemic, it's been interesting for me to be on this side because my counties such as Carteret and Jones will vouch that we didn't skip a beat in educating our kids because this program was built to be digital first. And then the pandemic happened and like, voila, once in a while, you're ahead of the game. So we had a lot of success despite what we were going through. We partner with great researchers like Carol Dweck around mindset works and the social emotional learning, as well as John Hattie. And as Michelle Lee had said in her presentation just a few minutes ago, the fact that it's developed by teachers, including one of your own, makes it a powerful resource in the classroom, and we see great results. So I know you guys are excited to take a break, stretch your legs, run to the bathroom, as I need to do too. But I am very excited and hope that you'll approve this adoption and this partnership, because for me, the calendar cycle from January until about now is a lot of presentations. My favorite time of the year is from now until December, when I'm back in the schools and working with teachers and working with students and getting to be a part of the education process. So I'm going to give you guys my cards if you want to pass down, assuming that you decide to go with us at any point. Please share my information. I'm within 20 minutes of any of your campuses, and I'm happy to go there in whatever capacity is needed. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions? Anyone?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. When Dr. Dole brought up earlier about, when the accreditation came, it was very discouraging for me as a board member to look at that report at that time. We were very autonomous, we weren't aligned. Everything that you guys did today, both of you, complete quality improvement, continuous improvement. I mean, everything's aligned. You involved all your stakeholders. You've got monitoring processes in there. You've got ways to review and adjust and move forward, which is what we're all about. And it's beautiful when it works. So I appreciate Dr. Dole, the cabinet, and all of you guys. You have done a lot of work to give us a great example of how beautiful it is when it works. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? So
I guess a lot of my questions could be asked later, but since this is a setting to do it, I'll ask. I'm definitely impressed, and I like exactly what I heard from you all. We have teachers that went through the rubrics, went through the process. They love it, therefore I'm gonna love it. But I saw there was 56% of people chose the Envisions. So what was it possibly about Envisions that you all like over into math that we're looking at now?
Envisions was not directly aligned to the previous study. We wouldn't have to do that big to make it aligned. And that was going to take away from the instructional time, the teacher learning time, and the student.
That's all I need to hear.
Anyone else?
Got the ace in the hole.
Anyone else?
I wanted to add that, and Mr. Griffin said this earlier, but unless you are Texas or New York or Florida, you are not going to have a state aligned curriculum because it just doesn't happen. But HMH has done the hard nitty gritty, and at our vendor presentations, they provided us with a beautiful matrix, and I love a good matrix. A beautiful matrix of exactly what North Carolina standard aligned to, what lesson in HMH aligned to. It's basically an old school crosswalk. And that was really important to me because I don't want North Carolina to get looked over because all these big companies, these curriculum companies are made for national standards, and we don't necessarily use national standards. They're very similar, but they're North Carolina standards. But HMH did the nitty gritty for us. In the past, we've said, okay, well, that might work for Common Core state standards, but that's not how it's addressed in our North Carolina state standards. But HMH has, although they haven't made us a textbook for North Carolina, they have done the very next best thing and provided us with an amazing crosswalk already. So, and I think just with how many districts around us are using it, I think that shows how effective and how good that work is that they are doing.
Okay. The only questions I have left is for the stakeholders concerned as well. How much money are we talking?
So for math, you're looking at 757,000, which is about twice the amount of LA. However, we have to consider you're looking at about 5,800 students. You're looking at 300 teachers, administrators having access, and that is the price over 3 years. And this vendor was the cheapest out of the four that we looked at, significantly.
Okay. That total, right? And this is for a period of 5 years?
This is 3.
3 years.
3 years.
So where did I hear 5 years from?
5 is
5 years is yours.
ELA is a 5-year adoption, and it also is about half of what they do, but remember that's only 3 rates. So
It's in the top of the item.
yeah, so the English language arts cost $230,660.
Okay, and how would this be paid?
That's also at the top of the item. You'll see state textbook funds for this year will be allotted for a portion of it. And then our ESSER dollars, which have been also allotted to make sure that we have virtual and digital resources, will be used for the remainder.
The stakeholder needs to know that. That's why we're asking. They don't see it. Okay.
Can I ask one more thing?
Sure.
With this aligned curriculum, you know, I've talked to everybody about the uninitiative, so to speak. So I'm assuming that our next bit of feedback we're going to ask for from our teachers is some of the things that they're no longer going to need to prop them up because of this huge curriculum piece. So in those areas, we will also be able to save some funding, correct?
That's part of the next presentation at the break.
God bless you. Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
And I think that we have heard enough personally. No, no. Let me rephrase that. I think we have been given wonderful information that we are prepared to make the motion before we go to break. That's what I'm saying. Wonderful information. I think that pretty much we've already made our mind whether or not we want to support it or not. You all have done an excellent job. I don't think that you could have made it any clearer than what you did. I am personally inspired and I feel like that the rest of us are as well, because our goal is always to do what is best for our children. And I think that this is another path that we can take to ensure that. And so having said that, I would like to make a motion to approve the purchase of core curriculum materials and supporting professional development services for grades 5 through K through 5 math, and also grades 6 through 8 English language arts.
I moved. So moved.
It has been moved and second that we approve the purchase.
Second.
I can say.
I'll second.
I'll second.
I'm sorry,
Thank you.
you said, okay.
I'll second.
I thought you said you second.
No, I moved.
She moved.
I'm all for it.
Okay. All right, so it has been moved and second that we approve the purchase of core curriculum materials and supporting professional development services for grade level K through 5 mathematics and grades 6 through 8 English language arts. Are you ready for the question? Discussion then. I'm sorry, yes, ma'am.
I think the programs are wonderful. I think everyone on this DI supports the program. I'd be remiss though in saying, again, I'm heartened by your enthusiasm, by your getting stakeholder input, and I'm going to vote yes. That being said, you talk a good game, or you're very eloquent, excuse me, sir, insofar as espousing a positivity for these two great programs. But all seriousness, unless we have an effective monitoring, and you said we're going to monitor, you're going to have to show us, because everyone is not as articulate or as enthusiastic as your ambassadors. And they are wonderful, mind you. So that's what I'll be looking for.
Got it.
And I also ask myself, what the heck have we been doing? I retired just a short time ago in 2016. We were following the North Carolina Standard of Course of Study, I thought, but evidently it wasn't being followed at every school with fidelity. And that's what we must ensure. That's all I have now. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Are we ready for the
Yes, ma'am.
question?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we need a roll call vote or can we just do this? All right, all those in favor of adopting this program?
Aye.
Let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Thank you for your presentation. Let's take a 15-minute break.
Okay,
Oh,
thank you.
sorry. All right, let's take a 15-minute break.
Thank you. What a wonderful 15-minute break.
Yes.
Now we shall proceed. I think we begin with Title I. Ms. Michelle Lee.
It's actually Mr. Griffin.
That would be Mr. Okay, Griffin.
She can present if she wants.
Thank you.
So this morning, I would like to present our Title I plan for the 2021-22 school year. So thinking back the past 3 years, we've done a lot of changing with Title I, and we are continuing to expand our program. And that's what we are going to talk about this morning. Just a little bit of information for you. Title I is an entitlement grant that helps us to compensate economic disparity among districts and schools. And what Title I funding will do is it provides supplemental funding to ensure that all of our students meet North Carolina's high academic standards. When we create our Title I plan, just like you heard when Ms. Tolston did her presentation, we try to make sure that we align to the district strategic plan. We also do a needs assessment to figure out what our greatest needs are. So what you will see here is a document that you've seen numerous times. This is the reading goal for the district. The next slide is the alignment with the Title I plan to the math goal. And then the next slide after that is our community engagement. Each of our Title I schools this past year held at least 3 parent and family engagement nights. And these nights are more than just, dads for donuts, grits for grandma, those typical events that you see.
Yeah, I've not heard that one before.
Yeah, write that one down. These events are where parents can come out, create things, and take them away. But we know with COVID-19 this year, that was very difficult to do. So we're very excited to start in August to where we can have our parents back in the building and doing our parent-family engagement nights. But we do 3 of those. As you know, this was a very unique school year for us. Typically, in Title I, we look at lunch applications where 75% of students, if they're free or reduced lunch, they're automatically served in a school district unless your school district decides to do what's called comparable services. That means that the district would have to come up with the amount of money that that school would normally have received through Title I. So what I do is I rank all of our schools 1 through 25 based off of their free and reduced lunch percentage. Schools can't be skipped. Now, this past year, we received a waiver to where all of our students had free lunch. And Ms. Wayans here, and just to be sure, we also have a waiver in place for the upcoming school year. So that means that with figuring out Title I, I have to use old enrollment numbers and old free and reduced lunch numbers. So in saying that, that really helps us with Title I for the upcoming school year. So I'm excited to announce that 14 of our 15 elementary schools would continue to be served under Title I, and I will be adding Havelock Middle School.
I saw that. I was wondering why.
So I will be adding Havelock Middle School, and we will continue to serve H.J. McDonald Middle School and also West Craven Middle School. So very excited with that addition, and we have some other additions that we're going to talk about in just a little bit. I do want to point out that let's say a year from now that we have a school that we are serving as Title I, and their percentage, it doesn't meet the requirements of that 35 to 74% threshold, we can continue serving that school again under the grandfather clause for 1 year. Now, I know it's getting close to lunchtime, and Mr. Lee and I, we're on a set schedule, but I got a lot of numbers, and I'm going to try to make sure that I get through these, but I want to be transparent, and I want you to understand where the money's going. So when you take a look at our Title I budget for the upcoming school year, we received approximately we haven't received, but our planning allotment is $4.2 million. Go back a year ago, we were at 4.6. So that is significantly less. That is due to decline in enrollment, census numbers. There's this massive formula that they've used to figure out these numbers. So we're at 4.2 million. Then off the top of our numbers comes our non-public school students. Let's go back a year ago. 96 students qualified as a Title I student, but they attended a private school in Craven County. We currently work with 4 private schools. We work with Peloton, which is PACE. We work with St. Paul's. We work with Newbern Christian. We work with Annunciation. We have 8 private schools that were in operation last year. We have 9 private schools as of March. We have a new private school that's opening up on Glen Burnie, which I've already met with Ms. Simmons. We will probably be serving those students a year from now. In the numbers here, we have, and there's a lot of stuff that's changing with federal programs. For example, you hear us talk about the ESSER funds. Private schools now receive ESSER funds directly from DPI. They don't have to necessarily come through Craven County anymore. But with Title I, they come through Craven County. We received a request from Pamlico Academy, Christian Academy, Pamlico Christian Academy, about mid-May. We have approximately 30 students from Craven County that would have attended one of our public schools here. They have a new stipulation in place with federal programs that if you have students that are living in Craven County, but they attend a private school in another district, we have to provide them Title I. We do not have to provide them Title II, Title III, Title IV. But for those approximate 30 kids that attend Pamlico Christian Academy from Craven, I've got to provide Title I equitable services for those schools. So $167,000 comes off the top. That leaves us an allotment subtotal of approximately $4 million. We're carrying over approximately basically right at $1 million. Why are we carrying over $1 million? Well, we have to think about in the months that we do not receive Title I, because those of you that have been on the board for a while, you know, the money drops in weird ways. Part of it drops in October. They're going to give you a little bit at Christmas time. You get a little bit in January, then they'll drop it all in February. So they kind of drop us a little bit here and there. So that carryover amount helps us pay for salaries of classroom reduction positions. And we do classroom reduction positions when we have large class sizes in grades 4 and up. We also have schools, we have a handful that have what we call school learning system coaches. So you have district level learning system coaches, and then you have school learning level coaches. So that $1 million is to help us pay for that, and then the continuation of any programs that we have, which I'll allude to in a little bit. So thinking about this budget, we received $400,000 less, but each of our schools, all of them, every single one is going to receive more Title I funding this year. And this is going to go back to Ms. Muse's question about, you know, all this other stuff, all these other programs that we have. We are eliminating those now because of our recent curriculum adoption. Thank you for that, by the way. So our district set aside, which I'm going to go through line by line, is $1.6 million. We are giving the schools $3.4 million, so you can see what the total allotment is there. Could you move that video screen up just a little bit so I can see? No, yep. District admin. So we have $290,000 in district admin. 90,000 of that is indirect costs. We have no control over that, but that's where that money sits. We have 3 administrative salaries that come out of that line item. That would be my salary, Ms. Renee Harrell, who's here as our pre-K and family literacy coordinator. And then we have Ms. Katie Bell, who is Wonder Woman for those of you that know her. We have $30,000 that's set aside for travel, for, you know, workshop expenses, those things, but we didn't use any PD expenses from Title I this year. Parent family engagement, there's a formula for that. So we have $60,000, 38,000 of it goes to the schools that they do specifically for parent family engagement. If they want to print brochures, they want to get information translated in different languages. Kindergarten registration, you've seen some of the flyers and signs. That comes out of parent-family engagement. The 21,000 roughly is for district. So when you've been going to Havelock and you've seen the digital billboards of us advertising kindergarten registration, that's Title I. We have pre-K set aside of approximately 672,000. When I started 3 years ago, we expanded family literacy to Roger Bell. And we are, Mr. Dove, very excited to be expanding family literacy to Oaks Road Academy. So even though we are getting less, we are allocating more resources back to the schools and where it should be. So we have pre-Ks we have family literacy at Vanceboro Farm Life, James W. Smith, Roger Bell, and we will now have family lit at Oaks Road Academy. We also have a pre-K class at Bridgeton, and we are continuing with our district strategic plan to expand pre-K in every single building, because we know the importance of getting kids in our buildings earlier rather than later. Have 4 coaches that are paid out of Title I. The district strategy of Lexia, which we will come to you probably next month or so, is approximately $226,000. Not seeking approval for that, but you don't see any other resources here. So to go back to Ms. Muse's question earlier, we're taking out Fast Bridge, Freckle, STAR, all of those resources that are bombarding our teachers, they're gone. But how did we make that decision? So in our stakeholder groups, we did a protocol, start, stop, continue, and all those things I just named are resources that our school said that they no longer wanted to continue.
Can I add one thing?
Yes.
So the state of North Carolina is going to adopt a new reading screener. We have no control over that, but we are required through Read to Achieve to use it. So once that's decided, and I think it actually just recently has been, it's really going back to what we did during the 10 years from the Great Recession until about 2 years ago. That's the screener that is going to be used. So we're going back to that. We, again, do not have any control over that, but we have to use it. And it's one of the ways that we're measuring student reading ability. So please know that that is not the decision of the district.
Can I ask something real quick about that then? So like for CTE, we have to use Microsoft licensure stuff, and the state pays for that, and it doesn't cost CTE a dime. Will this cost, since this is a state rollout, will it cost us money?
No, it should not.
Yes.
There is specific money that's allocated for that.
And it's in class, and we started out in class, and then we went to IC, and now we're going back.
Mandatory.
Yeah.
Mandatory. And that's a 3-year contract that the state's locked into. So it'll be here for at least 3 years. You can see other set-aside items such as homeless, workers' comp, short-term disability, foster set-aside. These numbers have been pretty consistent with what we've spent for the past 3 years, but we wanted to make sure we could give our schools more money because we received less money. If you go to the next slide, you will see a breakdown of what each of our schools will receive. So I'll take Havelock Elementary since it's at the top of the list. They are allocated $225,000. We have the reserve carryover of 10%. I don't allow the schools to touch that because once again, that carryover is to help secure positions for the months of July through October. Because like I said, Title I, it's weird. They drop money. They don't drop it all at once. They drop it in little pockets. I think it's important too to understand that our schools are put into poverty bands. So if you look at the top 4 schools, Havelock Elementary, J.T. Barber, Oaks Road, Roger Bell, those schools have been CEP schools since I arrived here 3 years ago. They have 100% of their students that qualify for free and reduced lunch. So that's why you see those 4 schools at the top. All of these schools here have a poverty band range, even though we didn't have to figure that this year because we're using old numbers, but they all have a range between 74 and 35%. In the event that, let's say, West Craven High School gets at 75% for the upcoming school year, then we would have to make a decision as a district to whether we provide them comparable services or not, equivalent to what they would receive through Title I. Questions?
You've done a great job. Thank you.
Questions, anybody? Comments?
Thank you for including Havelock Middle School.
You're welcome. They're excited. When I announced that, you could hear Mr. Byland
I can hear it
hollering
now,
from
then.
Havelock.
I get it because CT money drops the same way. So you have to juggle it. So I get it.
It's a challenge.
Mr. Griffin,
Yes, sir.
could you again state the family literacy program schools?
Yes, sir. So we currently have family literacy at James W. Smith, Vanceboro Farm Life. We have expanded to Roger Bell, and we are working on the expansion now of Oates Road. So we've already got kids enrolling in pre-K at Oates Road and looking at expanding there for the upcoming school year.
Thank you.
Any more questions or comments for the presentation? At this time, I move that the Board of Education approve the 2021-2022 Title I plan.
Madam Chairman, would you like me to make that motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I so move.
Second. It has been moved and second that the Board of Education approve the 2021-2022 Title I plan. You ready for the question? All those in favor, let be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin, for that presentation. All right, we've already had a break. Human resources.
And due to the length of this division report, I made you paper copies because as has already been shared with you, we have over 538 folks employed in summer school. And part of the process to use the money is to have board approval on those folks. So you will see the last items, lots of summer school names, both classified and licensed. Also, this is the month that you renew contracts. And just as a reminder, based on board policy, teachers get either a one-year contract if they've been with us less than 3 years, or they're eligible for a 4-year contract if they meet the guidelines in the policy, meaning they're proficient on their evaluations, they've not been on an improvement plan, they have no letters of reprimand, and there's no other performance or conduct issues. If any of those apply, they would be eligible for another 1-year contract. And I've also shared with the principals who did not recommend someone for a 4-year contract, the expectation is that those folks start on an improvement plan next year to help improve their performance in the area of concern.
Madam Chair, I'm going to ask that we go into closed session.
Okay, we'll do it. So we pulled the agenda because you want to go in closed session.
Yes, ma'am. I need you to read the resolution. Please.
We're going to go in closed session.
We'll do that right
We'll
now
do
or
the
at the
end.
end of the
At
meeting.
all.
At the end.
All right, I will answer any questions then in closed session. Thank you.
Okay, system and operation, we have security and safety grant, am I right? I lost my place on screen. Okay, Mr. Lucas, thank you.
Like that color, don't you, Miss Clark?
I love black and pink. Oh, yes.
Good morning, board.
Good morning.
Good to see you. It's still morning, right? Okay. All right. I'll be as brief as possible. Of course, open to questions. I'm up here today to speak to you about applying and requesting permission to apply for a school violence prevention program through the COPS program through the Department of Justice. So COPS has been around for a long time. It's the Community Oriented Policing Services Office. They've done a lot of great work for community policing in general over the years. They've expanded into the grant business, and they've had some very large grants they've offered over the past few years. This grant opportunity offers $53 million available for law enforcement agencies, school boards, a number of different entities. So the grant itself is a 36-month grant program with a maximum amount requested of $500,000. It's a 4-to-1 match. So if we were fortunate enough to be awarded the grant, it's highly competitive. If we were fortunate enough to be awarded, we would have a $125,000 commitment per the $500,000 if we got a full award. So the proposal itself, I've been here for coming up on 2 years now. We've made significant improvements in how we do our security and safety here. One of the things we've done a lot of is we've audited our schools extensively. We've done a lot of crime prevention through environmental design type audits of the schools to see the general safety, lighting, foliage around the schools, perimeter, doors, door locks, things of that nature. And as we've gotten better in auditing and looking at what we have, we realized that our doors are in a very, very poor state of affairs. Over the past 3 years, we've spent approximately $250,000 just repairing doors. And these are Band-Aids. These aren't good fixes. We've got some doors that are over 60 years old. The hardware on them is slam wore out just for being used so much. The metal, we're hitting metal. So doors are expensive. Just to put new hardware on them, you're looking at about $3,000 for a standard set of double doors. To replace a standard push bar double door that go into the exterior, it's about $20,000. So they're quite costly. So what I would like to see these monies go toward would be improving our door situation district-wide. We have better than 2,000 exterior doors in the Craven County School District. Interior, we have over 5,000. The exterior would be the primary concern. Along with that, I would like to see improvements in lighting at all of our schools throughout the district. We've done a lot of work with our camera systems, and that's been very good. But on the exterior of our buildings, we have poor lighting in some areas, and we really need improvements in that area as well. So those are the things I would like to see the money put towards. That's pretty much the nuts and bolts of the grant. Do you have any questions about that, or is there anything I can expand further on?
I know you've already covered it, but are you going to improve the lighting in front of this building as well?
Yes, ma'am. This would be one of the buildings, and the lighting would apply to all school properties. Of course, prioritizing the schools themselves. But I agree, this parking lot could use some better lighting, and yes, that's something I would like to focus on as well, ma'am.
That's all I have.
The grant itself, it's a 2-stage grant. So if any of you have ever worked with federal grants, it's a little bit of a process. They've actually extended it now to where it's a 2-step process where you apply through grants.gov, get approval there, and then you apply for the actual long grant itself. I've prepared everything for the initial submission. I just have to hit the submit buttons and hoping for your approval today. It's due tonight at 8 o'clock. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a finance person that, I know you don't have an actual finance person, but typically you have someone that does the purchasing and management of that grant for you?
Yes, ma'am.
And who will you?
Well, right now, I would be the person that would be the contact person and the manager of it. I reach out to people like Denise, people like Mr. Lee regularly to get advice to make sure that I'm not making mistakes with our.
So the handling of your purchase orders or anything like that, the finance, it would all be ran through the finance office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
perfect.
Thank you for taking the initiative. Do we need to actually take a motion? Do we need to approve it, or just give you a head nod?
Well, Whatever you feel comfortable with, Mr. Smith. But as long as you tell me to go ahead and hit the button, I'm fine with it.
I think we need to make a motion.
I'm not sure what the grant application, whether the grant application requires prior board approval or not. Matching obligations or potential matching funds on the backside, that might be
Well, the board has policy.
The board has policy about any grant that's over $10,000, the board must approve. And so that is the reason for bringing the action to the board, so that you all are aware, for the very reason that Mr. Gatchell indicated, that there may be in some point in the future the need to come back for matching funds or anything like that. And so because the grant is above $10,000, that's what the reason is for bringing it to you today.
Make a motion, we approve the grant request.
Second.
It has been moved in second that the applications for funding for the grant be adopted and approved. Are you ready for your questions? All those in favor, raise by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board. I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
If I could have just a few more moments of your time, I did want to talk about our safety and security overall as a district, kind of where we were at and where we're at now and where we're going. So Antoine, can you pull that up, please? Yes, sir. Scroll down to the first page, please. So critical incident management and training. Scroll down to progression. Oh, there you go. All right, so looking at between 2019 and 2021, our critical incident preparedness consisted of monthly fire drills, quarterly lockdown drills, and one tornado drill done in March. At that time, we had 15 school resource officers assigned to Craven County schools, primarily in secondary schools. The SROs are doing a great job of building strong relationships with school administration, but they still were seen primarily as law enforcement or gun on campus. The engagement was a little bit lacking as far as being a team member in the schools. Safety drills were the sole responsibility of the school safety coordinator. This served as a lateral duty of an assistant principal in most schools. Most had limited safety training knowledge and experience and had extensive responsibilities aside from safety concerns and preparedness. So as you're all well aware, our assistant principals are quite busy. This lateral duty was a lot to take on to do it properly. And it wasn't getting probably the attention it needed, not because of the lack of attentiveness by the assistant principal, just because there's so many hours in the day and they just couldn't dedicate the time to it. ALICE training was implemented for all staff, giving school staff an advanced understanding of in-school threats and prepared staff what to do in the event of an active threat on their campuses, which was an excellent addition to our training. Raptor visitor management was introduced in the Craven County School as a means of access control and accountability. Next slide, please. I made these really small. Can you make it a little larger, Antoine, possibly?
You can't read either.
There you go. Too basic.
I got it. I'll just listen. All right. So 2021, current state, critical incident preparedness now consists of monthly fire drills, quarterly lockdown drills, 2 tornado drills annually, 2 panic button tests annually, detailed security audits conducted 3 times annually by the SROs, and reunification training for staff and SROs. So we've looked at where our training needs are and where our shortfalls are. We've tried to enhance that considerably. Our reunification is a massive undertaking to do it properly. But if you have the need for reunification and you're not prepared to do it, it's a nightmare to try and coordinate. And we had an incident here a few years back at Grover C. Fields and HJ. And while they did a great job, it was a lot of work to do under pressure. And that's not the time when you want to make preparations when you've got something going on. It's want to be done in advance. So we've moved forward in that area. We now have 26 school resource officers that are assigned to Craven County schools. We have at least 1 in each school, which is a huge accomplishment. Not many school districts have an SRO in every school. It's the single most important thing in deterrent if there's an active threat in the school. So in the albeit rare, but potential event that somebody comes to the school and try and do harm, having an SRO on that campus ready to respond It's the number one thing we can do to keep people from getting hurt, our children from getting hurt. SROs have now partnered with school administration and safety coordinators in safety training and drill implementation. So SROs now have a very active role in critical incident management, evacuation planning for the schools, and drill management as we do them in the schools to help with the implementation, and they actually do training in the schools with staff, and they assist staff in leading students through drills. So we've had a lot more engagement there, and it's been very effective. And again, to promote ownership of their schools and through understanding emergency procedures, they're deeply involved in planning for emergency responses. Law enforcement officers have a lot of training in critical incident management. They work in an environment that's NIMS compliant. They have a lot of ICS training, and they're able to bring that into the schools and apply it. It's been very effective in helping make the situation much better. ALICE training, while valuable and an excellent training tool, focuses solely on active threats. While the consequences of poor training or lack of preparedness for an active threat would be devastating, there's only one type of incident out of many that can occur. Comprehensive planning and training is the key to full preparedness and overall safety. So we're going to talk about our standard response protocol. So the standard response protocol is a fully comprehensive critical incident and drill management tool, and it addresses anything that could potentially happen in a school. We'll talk about that more in a second. And our Raptor partnership has extended into drill management and emergency management as well. So we use Raptor a lot more. That actually plays into our relationship with the standard response protocol. Can you go to the next? Thank you, sir. All right, so the standard response protocol and moving forward, the best part of it is the simplicity in grouping any type of event or incident could happen into 5 categories. So you have a hold category, which essentially means stay in your room, pull any students in the hallway to the room and wait for further directions. And that could be something as simple as there's an emergency, a medical emergency in the building. The hallways need to be cleared so emergency responders can come through, render somebody aid as quickly as possible, and get them out of the building without being delayed. Secure means get inside, lock all your outside doors. That's essentially, in the past, it's been called a lockout. So if there's a threat in the community, say there's been a shooting or something like that, or a police chase or something in the community, the school will go into a lockout where they lock all their perimeter doors, pull all the children off the playground, and they continue business as usual inside the school. A lockdown event, we're all familiar with that. That's where we have a threat inside the school. Evacuate, that's where we have an incident in the school where it's not safe to stay inside the school. We evacuate to our predetermined evacuation rally points, and to shelter. And that's our 5th command. So it breaks essentially anything that could happen would fall into one of those 5 categories. So the simplicity of that is what makes it attractive and gives us some continuity throughout the district. Traditionally, what we've seen is some type of drill or adhering to a drill protocol, but they were different across all the different campuses. What I'm trying to achieve is some continuity throughout all of our campuses. Next slide, sir. So the standard response protocol and the I Love You Guys Foundation. So this was created by John Michael and Ellen Keyes, who lost their daughter, Emily, in a school shooting incident in 2006 in North Platte Canyon, Colorado, I believe is the name of the location. Out of their loss, now their trauma, they saw such a need in the schools would need to do something. So they've created this incredible program that's very comprehensive. It's updated routinely, and it's a collection of best accepted practices for critical incident management in the school systems. Next, please. So I Love You Foundation created the standard response protocol, which we already talked about, and the standard reunification method, which is part of the standard response protocol. And just as a review, a reunification is what we do when we have an incident in school where it's no longer safe for the students to stay in that school and they need to be dismissed back to their parents and guardians at another location. Raptor Technologies has an established partnership with the I Love You Guys Foundation. Raptor's protocols and procedures for drill implementation and reunification are taken straight from the I Love You Guys Foundation. The Raptor EM, or Emergency Management Alert, is a critical incident and drill management tool that the Craven County School System began implementing this past spring. So, next slide. So essentially, you see the 2 phone pictures on the right. So that's what the application looks like on your phone. So that's the standard response protocol. That one doesn't have the hold in it, but they're updating that currently. So if there was an event at a school, somebody needs to go into a lockdown, or if somebody needed to go into a hold or evacuation, they could coordinate that from their phone and start the drill. This can be used for real incidents in a school, or it can be used for drills as well. So there's Raptor EM Alert is kind of an in-school chat or talk around channel where it can be used to notify staff members that are in a pre-designated group. So if there's an incident in the front office, there's an irate parent, or if there's an incident up there, they can do a quick text on EM Alert. They can call staff members up there and can handle it quickly. Next slide, please. All right, so the data part of it as well. So anytime we do a drill, we have an actual incident, we can look at our data in Raptor Technologies in their dashboard and can review the time it took us to go into a lockdown, the time it took us to evacuate for a fire drill, our accountability feature, how many students were properly accounted for and how quickly was that done. So through Power School, that uploads to Raptor, and teachers are able to pull up their classes in there. So if we have a critical incident or drill, they can account for them remotely on their phone, hit submit, it goes to a centralized dashboard, and school administration, services administration can review that data quickly. Kind of a quick review, but that's it in a nutshell. That's the direction that we're going in. Does anybody have any questions about that?
Any questions from anyone?
So this is what we've started with it. Yes, we've done the training with a lot of staff members, and we use it for reunification purposes. We did reunification training back in April. We are transitioning into this, and come this fall, this is what we'll be using for all of our critical incidents and all of our drills.
Okay.
Does anybody have any other questions?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate the update.
Thank you very much. I tried to keep it brief, I believe.
You did good.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Stacy Lee.
Good morning or afternoon. And if I could just have a moment, I think you can understand from listening to Mr. Lucas how seriously we're taking safety. Not that we didn't in the past, but I mean, we're really trying to put some meat to the bones around processes and continuous improvement, and really trying to do the best job that we possibly can, trying to, shake all the bushes for any resources that we can, secure for the district and try to improve in this area. And he's done a wonderful job, and I thank him for that. Mine will be very brief because Lauren has food, so I know you want me to sit down. But every year, and this board is probably familiar, there's a program called E-Rate, which is a federal subsidy program which provides money to school districts to improve technology in the school district. It's based on free and reduced numbers. So every year we look at E-Rate and say, is this a year that we need to submit for something? You don't, when you start building out, there may be years that you're in a good place that you really don't have to submit an application. This year we decided that we needed to. So what we did, we submitted the application, and I'm pleased to announce we were awarded $904,000. And of which we will use that to replace switches. And I won't bore you with the details, but replacing switches is a really good thing, because what that does, it helps the speed of the network, it helps security, it helps reliability, it does all the things that we need it to do. So it's a very important component of the network that we need to routinely upgrade and replace. I did want to lift up the technology team for doing this. They did an outstanding job. And especially Mike Coakley, who was our wide area network engineer, really spent a lot of time and effort to get this money secured for the district. So I really appreciate all the work that he did. It was great work. Just a reminder, there is no funding obligation from the district. It's all federal money. 80% is paid directly to USAC, which is the governing body for E-Rate. And then 20% is allocated through North Carolina Department of Instruction that comes directly to us in an allotment that we pay the remaining bill. So this is a really good thing. And with the switch replacement, our switches and our wireless technology will match completely, which makes repair and support of the network even that much easier. So we'll get efficiency out of that as well. So any questions about any of that?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for the update. More? Thank you for your patience. You have been waiting so patiently since the beginning of the meeting. Appreciate that.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
School Nutrition is seeking board approval for upcoming school year bids and bid renewals for the school year 21 and 22. Also for approval for the application of fresh fruits and vegetable grant for the elementary students in Craven County Schools. This year, we have several renewals, which are currently in the second year of our bid cycle. We have food with Cisco Foods, and that's currently in its second year. Also, we have our fresh produce that we receive from R&H Produce, and that's also in its second year of the bid cycle. Uniform is with UniFirst. And we also have a contract with the school district with pest control, and that's CLEGS, and that's currently in its second year as well. Our food processing supplies is also with Cisco, and that's in its second year bid cycle. We were able to bid on a few of our items needed for the next school year, and that is milk. We received 2 bids this school year for milk, the Dairy Farmers of America and also Mayola Milk. And Mayola won that bid by a very small margin. We also bid on ice cream, and we just received 1 bid, and that's with Hershey's, and they won the bid. For our hood cleaning, A1 Fire and Safety won that bid. And recently, we decided to be innovative. We realized that we had to listen to our students. Next school year, as Mr. Griffin mentioned, our students would again be eaten at no cost. This past school year, the challenge was we started and stopped and then somewhat at home. This year, we have the opportunity to have our students in school, at least knock on wood, 100% of the time, full-time in person. So with that being said, the school nutrition goal this year is to have a participation of a 75%. That has not been done yet. So it's a very ambitious goal, and my team is running ragged trying to figure out how we can get 75% participation. However, just to let you know, currently with our summer school, our current participation is at 82% with our summer school students learning. So with that being said, I don't think 75% is off the range of what we can handle. And also to note that while we ran Farm to School Week in the last week of April, we did receive 77% meal participation. So we know that that is a possibility that we can get to that goal. So we have decided to listen to our students, and we sort of purchased a franchise, a pizza franchise that you get to sample today. So Julie, so it's called Smart Mouth Pizza. So they won the bid. And I'm going to show you what the students would get. So this has been waiting here since 10, Julie got here about 10:45. We got the pizza truck in, the food truck in, and this is going to be freshly baked on each middle and high school campus. And the students get to smell it and realize what's baking. And then they come to the cafeteria. So that's the ploy to get them to the cafeteria. I'll tell you the secret as a dietitian. You always want to have something that would bring your children to the kitchen, to the dinner table, or to the cafeteria. And the weapon, the secret weapon we have is pizza, right? And my son, I have an 8-year-old now, and when he was 3 years old, couldn't get him to eat very much. So he likes rolls. So we'd always have rolls. I'd have a Taco Tuesday and with a roll. So to get him to the dinner table. So eventually he started to eat the tacos, and it's one of his favorite meals now is tacos. So we get the kids to come to the cafeteria by purchasing this pizza franchise that they can only receive in our cafeterias. Now, I did the research on Smart Mouth Pizza. For 2 years now, they have been working with me, and I've been doing some research on whether or not this will be something that our students would like. And other school districts around the Southeast region, including Georgia. Smart Mouth is originated from Georgia, and they have had one of the largest school districts in Georgia. Their high school had about I think the director told me she was serving about 300 students out of 1,200. And when she brought in Smart Mouth, it tripled her participation. Now, eventually, this would taper off. The kids would be excited at first, and we know that the buzz would be for the first month or two when we can get enough pizzas on their plate, and eventually it will taper off. But even if we were to, I did the math as well, if at New Bern High School, which is where we will start rolling this out, if we sold 350 pizzas a day, because on a regular school year, we serve about 700 meals. So that's less than even half of the students taking the pizza. We would need 33 days to pay for the equipment that we purchased for to bake these pizzas. So that really is, to me, a no-brainer, right? When I did the math. So, and with reimbursement being under the summer food service reimbursement, we get the higher reimbursement. This was the time for me to roll out Smart Mom Pizza. So I see that Mr. Dove has already tried the pizza, and I want you to keep in mind, Mr. Dove, that this has sat here for how long? In a cooler bag. So ideally, the gentleman who is at the food truck at Newman High.
Was I supposed to wait?
No, not at all. Not at all. I wanted you to try to give some feedback. So what do you think? And you can be quite honest.
Honest? Okay, to be quite honest, you are asking someone whose favorite food is pizza.
Okay.
But it's okay.
It's okay.
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 It's good for school.
It's good for school.
It's good for school.
But it's okay having sat there for 2 hours, and this is your favorite food. That makes a difference.
Yeah.
So, and the gentleman who is out baking at Newbern High for the students right now, he would be highly disappointed because he had me timing, and there's no timing for board meetings, and he doesn't realize that. So at 10:15, I look at the time, I was like, okay, have it ready in 15 minutes and be here. Then Julie pulled up, and I'm like, honey, we have at least an hour. And 2 hours later, we're just serving the pizza. So we did our best to serve you fresh baked pizza. It's good? It's still warm. It's still warm, okay. Okay, but still sitting, it doesn't have the quality that we would expect. So I'm on to fresh fruits and vegetables. So this is a yearly application process that school nutrition does for the elementary school students. 13 of our 15 elementary schools potentially qualify for that to receive that grant. The application was completed for all 13 of those 15 schools. The only 2 schools that are not potentially eligible to receive the grant is Creekside Elementary and Greganas Elementary. Were excluded from that application process. The student each receive approximately, we receive, I guess, between $44 and $47 per child for the school year. And we have included things like dragon fruit, papayas, and mangoes. It's where we get to spend a little bit more to have them have their taste buds get used to something different. And they get to have this between breakfast and lunch. So after breakfast and before lunch, they get to sample some fresh fruits and vegetables. And this is only done for at the elementary level. And finally, just for information, a couple of weeks ago, we were able to celebrate our school nutrition team. Once annually, we celebrate our school nutrition staff. And this is some of the highlights of that banquet night. We had Oaks Road with over 93% of her students eating for Farm to School Week. So this was the award for most meals served during Farm to School Week. Then every year we have the Big Heart Award. And Dr. Doyle was there, and she presented the award with this gentleman, Mr. Christopher Langdon. He received 4 nominations for the Big Heart Award. And just to let you know that our school nutrition team at the West Craven Middle School cafeteria, they said that he takes on this responsibility to take the meals to the classroom and to bring back those cooler bags. Like it's his responsibility. And I personally have witnessed that. And he received the Big Heart Award. We also had a recognition for the highest breakfast increase, and that went to Creekside Elementary. She increased breakfast despite the challenge where we didn't have students in school all year round, and a lot of our students were home learning via virtual learning. She had a 13.4% increase in her breakfast participation. And over at Arthur W. Edwards, she had an 11.8% increase in her lunch participation. And we also had the Employee of the Year. This is Regina Keys, and we have been short staffed and moving folks around throughout the school year. And Ms. Keys, every time we would call to ask her if she would go to a school, she would, just very enthusiastic, very positive, would say yes. So we have moved her around all throughout the school year, and she has filled in positions like being the manager and second in charge and things like that. And she's done an excellent job, and she received the Employee of the Year. And the Manager of the Year went to Ms. Carol Jackson over at Greganas Elementary. And Ms. Hurst nominated her, and Ms. Hurst said, she is just outstanding. She works very well with the school administration team to make sure that the students are fed well. And then finally, my staff and I, we had the opportunity to thank our beloved superintendent, our for how she has, I guess, supported our program. And one of the things that we did for her, we renamed the Biggest Heart Award to the Dr. D Heart Award. And I'll tell you why we consider Dr. D the essence of this Heart Award. And I didn't share it with my staff on that night because some of the things would embarrass her. But there are 3 distinct things that Dr. Doll has done for my team that most of you here don't know. Even Mr. Lee doesn't know. One of those things, when COVID just hit, one of my school cafeteria team, they were having a difficult time adjusting to wearing masks. And it didn't matter what their supervisor told them or what I told them, they just wouldn't listen. So Dr. Doyle lovingly went up and chatted with that team. She took them outside, and it wasn't to scold them. And after she spoke with them, they were on board to wear their masks. And to me, that's a big heart. She took time off to go talk to my team about, listening to them and how they felt. Another time is Dr. Dole, last school year, she spent a week delivering meals over spring break every day. We said, Dr. Dole, we could handle it. Dr. Dole picked up those 130 meals, and Mr. Lucas had said, that's not a very safe neighborhood for Dr. Dole to go to. When I mentioned this to her, and she's like, oh, please. She said she'll be fine. So she packed those meals up in her car, 130 every day, and she delivered to those students. And finally, this is the big one here. And I'm sorry that I'm sharing this, Dr. Dole, because you asked me not to. So we had every year.
Clearly not in Target.
Every year, school nutrition, as a group, we have a given stockings, and we collect gift cards to give to one of our more needy employee. And this particular year, we had already given out 3 baskets of goodies and gift cards to folks that were nominated for the Given Tree basket. And I don't know why we were having a conversation, and Dr. Dole found out. And then she said, how were you able to give to everybody who was nominated for it? And I said, actually, we had a late nominee, and I was not able to give it to this one person. And Dr. Dole matched that basket. And she said, please do not say anything to anyone. So this is me not saying anything to anyone. So tell me if that's not a big heart. So our Big Heart Award will be the Dr. D Heart Award moving forward. Dr. Doll, we love you. And it's my privilege to say that not all school districts, and I've talked to many directors, and not many of them have the same experiences that I have. Not many superintendents support the program that we do and understand that student learning stems with first having a meal. And once we can eliminate the stigma that comes with eating school food and give every student the opportunity to eat without feeling judged by eating, no different than they go on the bus, even if their parents have a car to get them to school. Kids should be eating without going to the cafeteria without feeling like they are poor. That's why they're eating at the cafeteria. I feel like you understand that and you supported what we did. You will be missed. We love you. I guess I'm here to wait for the vote for.
Since you did such a good job, we make a motion that to approve the renewal bids and new bids for the 2021-2022 school year.
So moved. Second.
It has been moved in second to approve the renewal bids and new bids for the 2021-2022 school year for child nutrition bids.
Thank you.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, passes. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
And the pizza is delicious.
Good. I like it.
It is very good. All right, budget resolution, Ms. Altman.
Good afternoon. So I'm sitting there listening to glitter and curriculum and pizza. And I'm thinking, how am I going to follow all of this with financial stuff? So my suggestion is just, this is the vehicle to get to what we need. So today I have one item for you to consider and approve. I bring to you the fiscal year 2022 budget resolution for your review and approval. Per General Statute 115C-434, the school district must have a properly approved budget ordinance in order to begin operations and expend funds after June 30th of 2021. So each year I bring you this document. Antoine has it up there for you on the screen. And it's basically a summary document of what we are allocating in each fund. It is based on the local current expense and local capital outlay budgets as they were presented to you in the April 2021 board work session. It also includes the federal and state budgets that have been prepared with the assistance of all of our department directors. They are based on planning allotments that we received from DPI, and the school nutrition budget has been prepared by Lauren Wayan and her staff based on their approximations of anticipated revenues and expenditures for next school year. So the budget resolution is a summary of the budget by fund and purpose, and the detail of the proposed budget is attached in Assembly for you as well. It is this larger document that I'm not going to go over with you, but it has each anticipated expenditure for each fund in detail and an explanation of how the budget is prepared. As you know, these are all projections at this point. The state has not put forth a budget. They have not given us updated percentages for retirement or health insurance at this time. So our budget document is based on our best educated guess of what we will receive in each category. We should receive our actual allotments from DPI, provided there's a budget passed, in July or August. And at that time, we will bring back to you any revisions that are needed to make our state and federal budgets match what we will actually receive from DPI. So based on all of that, are there any questions I can answer for you on this budget resolution?
Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I move to adopt the fiscal year 2022 budget ordinance for Creighton County Schools.
So moved.
It has been moved and second.
Second.
All right, it has been moved and second to adopt the fiscal year 2022's budget ordinance for Creighton County Schools. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, ayes have it. It is approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't think we need a break at this time, do we? No. Okay. At this time, are there any things to be removed from the consent agenda?
I mean, we can approve the consent agenda as a presented.
Up until this, right, Ms. Smith?
Is that does not include the
That does not
HR?
include the HR.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get a second?
Second.
It has been moved and second that the consent agenda be approved. All those in favor, that be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Consent agenda is approved. Discipline, David.
It's actually me, Ms. Boomer.
I'm sorry, where are we?
Superintendent's report.
Oh, I skipped your business. How did I get off? Okay, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. We have two things, and really they're scheduling concerns for the board to take up. One is the 2021-22 board meeting schedule, which we brought to you twice and had you approve, but because of my departure and the appointment of a new superintendent, we felt it was better to delay summer leadership from June to July. The only time that we can get the convention center is the same time that you all will be in work session in July. So as opposed to having the work session on the 13th of July, as it was originally scheduled, we would put it to the 15th, allowing you all to approve the full schedule. Again, lets us just post it instead of going through the rigmarole of canceling the meeting and then rescheduling it as a special called meeting. So that's what I put in front of you this afternoon. Yes, ma'am.
it's just a suggestion. So you know how we combined our meetings today because we don't have any presentations and kids aren't in school except for summer school. So we don't have any of that kind of stuff going on for our June and July meetings. So there's not confusion if we opt to do something like that next year in 22, because there's really no need because our.
Oh, you're saying, so make the June and July meetings a one day meeting as opposed to two
Because
for the
I mean,
schedule?
we would have had a meeting Thursday night for all this stuff. If everything would have gotten moved to the consent agenda, we would have had, yeah, we approve everything because we've already talked about it, and we would have had public input, and then we would have all left. So it would have been like, what, a 30-minute meeting? So to make the best use of everybody's time, if we plan on doing our end of school year meetings, because we still have to do the HR reports and that kind of stuff, it would be a relatively short meeting at night. So that way, so we're not fussed at for canceling a meeting or combining a meeting. If we just looked at scheduling our June and July meetings, then when school kicks back up in August, we go to our regular 2 meetings.
So Ms. Muse, just to clarify, if you look at the schedule that is there, that's attached there, it is item N1. If you'll pull up the PDF. What we could do is if the board's feeling to make a motion like this, that we would not just change the July 15th meeting, but you could also change the June 14th, which would be 22 meeting, to just be the work session at 8:30. And then we'll just make the change to what is posted online if the motion that you all make to approve this, if that is your will, is to do that.
That's right. That's what we used to do, one meeting in June and one meeting in December. And it was standard on the calendar. We did combined one summer, December. So might want to do the one now and then let Dr. Miller lead us through the schedule for the next time.
That's it's up to the board.
Instead of changing it multiple times is what I'm saying. She might have.
Absolutely. Either way, I need a motion to approve something.
So,
Sorry, July 15th meeting for sure. And if we could get that out ASAP, like when the public input's going to be and all that kind of stuff, if we could get that out.
Second. It has been moved and second that the July 15th meeting be approved. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
aye.
The second one is also a scheduling change, and that is, it really doesn't necessarily require a motion, but the board has approved or had originally scheduled your organizational review to be in June 24th, but that will not allow us to have summer school data to report to the board at the organizational review. And so Cabinet recommended July 22nd instead for the organizational review. And so that would be up to you all to check your calendars to see if that would work for you for the next organizational review.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a comment about meetings. The law only requires us to meet, how many times a year, Mr. Alpart?
Oh, my goodness, once a quarter,
Once a quarter, right?
Mr. Gatchell?
4 times a year.
4 times a year.
So we are only, by law, at the school board, to only meet 4 times a year. And you all know how many times we meet. And so I think that we are doing well because by law, some counties, some systems are not meeting as many times as we do meet. And so we are meeting, we are trying to do, and so I'm sure that all of us have other things to do, but we are committed because we were put in these positions to meet whenever we need to meet. Sometimes we have to make adjustments. Things happen out of the unexpected, that things happen. So we have to adjust to sometimes to move meetings because we have to move them, not because we want to. But the situation predicts that we do. And so that's why sometimes we have to do these meetings. But just keep in mind, by law, we only have to meet 4 times a year. And we meet at least 12 times, at least 10 times, 12 times, because we meet every month, at least once a month. sometimes twice a month when we meet for the work session, and then meet again on Thursday night. So we are pretty much trying to keep everybody informed as to what we're doing. I just want to make that clear, because a lot of people don't know that that's the only time you have to meet. It's 4 times a year. But we meet more than that. Okay.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, sir.
if I could, I would add to what you just said, that we try our best to project what the meeting schedule is going to be. It's a year in advance, and there are other entities that schedule things that we are not anticipating or able to anticipate that create a conflict. And then we have to make a choice as to how to manage it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is Mrs. Clark.
So wait, do we agree that that was a good move for the organizational review?
Oh, yes, that's fine.
Is that okay?
Thank you. We don't need to vote on it, do we just?
No, I just want to make sure that you guys have consensus.
We all be on one accord? Okay.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chairman.
That's what you have, Dr. Dorr?
Yeah, just the only thing I have, and it's under your report, is the policy on parliamentary procedure, and this was raised by Ms. Clark, and you will see there the policy that has been revised to reflect Craven County Schools and is essentially the mirror image of Pitt County Schools policy on parliamentary procedure.
And it's first reading.
This is first reading, yes.
So it's just for your review.
Any questions about that? Okay. Go work.
Yeah, the first item,
Oh, my. Oh.
Miss King, is she on? She texted me that she was on. Can we get her up to lead us through this part of it?
Is she on? I don't know if she's on. She texted recently.
No, well, no, my text don't come or go when I'm in the building, so when I walked outside, it came up. I don't really know what time it was sent. Okay, so if she's not here, who would be the appropriate person to lead us through this?
Is she a dog?
Yes,
She's on.
okay.
She's on.
Did you let her in where she could talk? Okay. Stephanie?
I know that last time we were trying to get a representative from the western end. And so I have contacted several people from the western end and asked them to, if they were interested, and asked them to submit an application. Just this weekend, I did something that
Yes, you have one person who is duly qualified because they do represent the western part of the county. That application is in your application materials. And so it appears that Ms. King is in a position to present.
I'm trying. I'm sorry.
So anyway, I guess I can move this forward on her behalf. The process that was used is here. The nomination is here. So we
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
I'll move that we approve.
I've been trying to get in all day.
And that would be for Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, who is a resident of Vanceboro, North Carolina.
So there's a motion.
Second.
Okay.
It has been moved and seconded that Ms. Jennifer O'Neill from the western end will be the representative for the Craven Community College Board of Trustees. She will be appointed for this position. Nobody second.
No, Ms.
Oh, yeah,
Clark
Ms. Clark did
seconded.
You did. She's so quiet about it. All right, are you ready for the question? All those in favor, that be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, for the western end will be our representative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then, Dr. Dole or somebody, if you can pull up the goal work PowerPoint. I talked with Ms. Wheeler because our goal work has been kind of random and we've canceled some things. So what we're going to do today is just sort of review how we got here and, you know, what we're trying to do with our goal work. Because, I mean, Victor's brand new to this. And so that maybe it can help him better understand too. And the first slide that you see, let's see when we get it up here. Okay, is actually the policy that we use for continuous quality improvement. And with our policies, our processes are designed, I'm gonna take this off. Our processes are designed to help us implement our policies in a kind of standard way, not identical, but standard. So this policy that we reference for quality improvement is policy 1105. And we as a board, well, 5 of us that were here, committed to this, made a recommitment to using this approach about 18 months ago. You could go to the next slide, please. So about 18 months ago, the 5 of us, 5 that were still here, but 100% of the seated board, and that you got some of this data through here is going to cross over boards because some of our board members have changed in the collection of this data. So data is just data. It's not necessarily, people sitting right here right now. So approximately 18 months ago, we committed to it. Since then, some training and support started at the board, cabinet, district, and classroom levels. Training on a volunteer basis was made available to schools based on availability. Our board goals were realigned with the goals of the system. And to date, 600 classroom teachers have been trained. The pandemic stalled beginning implementation and how to help children learn how to learn in many of the classrooms. So this next year will be the first full year of actually classroom implementation. So if you go to the next one, crucial processes on the board level, the processes that we've developed, okay, like this manual, which I had Dr. Dole take down the goal sheet that was on the thing because it was the old one. It had David, and thank you, Ms. Mead, for bringing that to our attention. But if you have your manual, you have the updated one, okay? So the manual that's always sitting here with me, and when I go, oh, we have a process for that. That's why it's there. We all have one, and it's sort of our responsibility to update it. And the reason that certain processes were highlighted is because of data or issues that arise with the way that we worked as a board. So the board procedures manual was first developed 10 years ago. Took a year to do it. Staff didn't do it. We did it as a board. And then 18 months ago when we recommitted, it was revamped. So I would really encourage you guys to pull that out, read it, use it, make recommendations for improving. You can see I've got sticky notes all over it because it's a work in progress and always will be because things change and we want to get better and better. So these things that are highlighted, board procedures manual, board satisfaction review, that's how we work, how these people seated in the room, see how we work. Our stakeholder concern process, which again is aligned with policy, decision-making process, and policy revision processes are all issues that we as a board decided. Now we're getting ready to get into some data, and I have to say this, and I remember Ms. Wheeler saying it to me over and over again because I always take it personally too. Data is not personal, it's just fact, okay? It's just where we are, and we either want to be there or we want to be better than, okay? So when you see the data, and again, the data crosses over boards, okay? So different board members have changed. So the first thing we're going to look at, next one, is our policy code 2122, the role of board members in handling concerns. Because we were all over the place with that way back forever, and we still kind of are, we developed processes for that. So the next slide, please. Processes matter, and you're going to see why in the data. Okay, so the stakeholder concern process was developed and agreed upon by this full board, with exception of Mr. Dudley. It's currently only being used by 21% of the board in very random ways with different levels of engagement. In addition, the board adopted and approved the district chain of command, which again is in our manual for reporting concerns, and there's no consistent usage of that. And I get it, it's a heavy chart, but once you get used to it, you kind of fall into the row with it. But we have to model that as a board if we want our leadership team to do that. Also, our survey for our performance did not go out last month as planned. So the data that I have here is 1920 data, which is the most current, but I'm going to ask Ms. Clark if she could work with Ms. Flowers to get that out this week, maybe before the end of the month for the folks so that we can have current data moving forward so that we can make good decisions. But if you look, our board performance dropped in 100% of the survey categories with some of the lowest numbers in 15 years. And that's not pointing fingers, placing blame. It is what it is. Our lowest areas were with 48%. The board works as a team in leading the district, dropped from 94% to 48%. Again, that's not us. That's them. Okay, that's them telling us how they perceive our work. And then the next two are tied at 52%. The board makes decisions to support the district priorities and not individual board members' agendas. And the board works with the superintendent and staff in a climate of professionalism and mutual respect. So the way the goal work works is we pick out these areas and we define a goal to try to make it better. Data is what it is. How do we make it better? Or are we okay with that? Next slide, please. So attendance and participation matter. And we've revisited this over and over as a board and tried to find ways to make it better. The data shows, of the past 11 work sessions, all members were present and on time 36% of the time. 64% of the time, one or more members were either late or absent from regular scheduled work sessions. Past 22 board meetings, but let me say that again, 22 board meetings and 11 work sessions, including special and emergency. All members were present and on time 45% of the time. One or more members were either late or absent 50% of the time. And one meeting, which I think was an all-time red flag for us as a board, when we had the organizational review, we did not have enough members present to call the meeting to order for quorum. Our entire leadership team, our principals and directors, as well as the public, were tuned in to watch us. So that's clearly an area that's not a, oh, that's so horrible to me. When I look at the data, I look at it, okay, that's not okay. So do we need to reschedule our meetings? Do we need to put them in a different time where people can get here? It's not a gotcha. It's a what do we do to make it better? Do we need to move them? When I first came on the board, our meetings were at night. So do we need to start them later? Do we need to do them differently so that we can get everybody here? Because we work better when everybody's here and when we're as informed as possible. Okay. The next one, please. Training matters. Attendance at system improvement trainings. 33% of our regularly scheduled trainings had 100% attendance. 33.3% of our regular scheduled trainings had one or more board members absent, and 33% of our system improvement trainings, which are the last four, have been canceled because we could not get enough here. So, we just need to think about how we can do this and how we can, if it's a priority for us, how we can make that better. Next slide. So, and I use Ms. Wheeler's, what she always used to throw at me sometimes when I would give her grief, is how is this working for us, right? I mean, is that how we want to be? Our stakeholder concerns, what can we agree? If you don't like the process that we agreed on to use, what can we agree on? So that we can share data, we can share concerns. I know what you're getting, you know what I'm getting. So if what we developed and agreed on, we can't make it work, we need to find something else. So we need to think about that. Our satisfaction results, are we willing to take a hard look at that data and put steps in place to improve results? And it's not about pointing fingers at each other. It's about, it is what it is. What can we do? What kind of goals can we develop? How can we make it better? And so the first part of that is getting new data, right? Getting new data. Some of the areas might have improved. We're going to hope some of them improved, right? So we want that data, but we need that data as soon as possible. Our attendance, do we need to look at timing and scheduling of our meetings to make it easier for everyone to get here? And our trainings, everyone's looking at us. So are we learners ready to model and lead for continually improving? If we want the district to do it, we've got to model it for everyone. Next slide. The probability, which is, I love this picture of the football team, which is the next slide, because that's what we saw this morning. The probability of the adoption of the continuous improvement practices and principles having a direct impact on student learning is higher. The district, key leadership, the board, superintendent, and cabinet fully supports its implementation. And you could see that this morning in all the presentations. Everybody was going the right direction. Everybody was going the same way. The team was running down the field in the same direction. And so continuous improvement, it might be a program or whatever, most people, it's a framework. And when everybody uses the framework, you start going in the same direction. And so it showed this morning, and we're up here, guys. So we have to work on it for us too. So, so if we're committed to improving our performance as a board, then we'll need to schedule a systems improvement training that we can all attend. Okay, so if you could look at the dates, not now, but let Ms. Flowers know as soon as you could between July 15th, 27th, or 28th. Those are dates that Ms. Wheeler is available. So if we could pick one of those dates and let Ms. Flowers know so that she can schedule that with Ms. Wheeler, that would be wonderful. If we are committed, we need to complete the items that are past due, which is our board attorney evaluation, and that's ready to go too. So if you could, Ms. Flowers, I'm saying Ms. Flowers, God bless her. I don't know who else to say it to. Somebody's got to send it's ready to go. It just needs to go out. So we'll make sure that happens. And the satisfaction one, which Ms. Clark is going to handle.
And that won't, Madam Vice Chair, that won't go off this week. I have commitment, so probably not to the end of next.
Yeah. Well, and really, it's just a push the button. Somebody needs to push it. You know, because it's ready. It's ready. We use the standard questions so that we get the same data so you can compare it. So it's, whenever that can go out, it'd be good. Also, we'll revisit the stakeholder concern process. That's my goal. It's not working. So we'll revisit what we can all agree on that will work and help us move forward. And we'll need to schedule our board performance excellence review. And then on the training thing, I'll just remind everyone, and again, as Chairman Boomer pointed out, we do a whole lot more meetings. A lot of it's trying to be more transparent. We also we hold ourselves to a higher standard for training, right? Our board, which it was an older board. It's not this board, which is why we want to revisit that question. We committed to, you have 12 hours that are mandated by law every 2 years. But our board has always set the personal goal of no less than 30 hours per member because we value training. So just be thinking about that. So when we meet again at our next training, which we'll schedule in July, if that's the goal that we still want for everybody.
And those dates were?
Those dates are
27th, 28th,
15th, 27th, and 28th.
So are those the three that we choose from, or?
Yes, those are the dates that Ms. Wheeler is available. So if we could pick one of those 3 dates, whichever will work best for you, and let Ms. Flowers know. And the point of reviewing all of this is to show why the goals are important, and why it's important for us to model it, and not to show people that it's okay to look at data that's not great with the goal of making it better, right? So, and with that, that'll conclude the goal work report. And hopefully next month we'll get back in the cycle.
Can you look at your calendars and see if you have which one of those days would be good, great, better? I could do either one.
I'm in Michigan until the 28th.
So you're leaving, so you're saying the 28th is not good for you?
No.
And do it this way, is the 15th good for everybody?
No, I'm out. I'm in Michigan.
The 15th?
Yeah. I can be back for the 28th.
Oh, so you can be back.
I can be back for the 28th, or I can be remote.
Okay.
How is the 28th for everybody?
It's good for me.
You won't be here?
I know I won't. I have something to do on the 28th. I don't mind.
Okay, well, how about this? How about instead of putting it through Myra, how about you guys text me, okay, with a date that you cannot be there, okay? Tell me the date you cannot be there, and then I will work with Ms. Wheeler to find a date and take that off of Myra's plate. Okay, will that work? And if you could do that, today or tomorrow would be great.
Okay.
The day that you're talking about, the dates in July that they cannot be there?
Right.
Or July dates?
No, the
They're
dates.
trying to meet in July.
Right, those of those 3 dates, text me the ones that you cannot do.
I can do whichever one.
Okay.
Me too. I'm flexible.
So you guys that have conflicts, let me know the ones you cannot do. Okay. And that is it for the goal work.
Thank you. I was sitting here listening to what you were saying. And I guess if we were to evaluate, each one of us were to evaluate ourselves, we would say guilty as charged.
Yeah.
And so that where we know there is our own weaknesses, those are areas that we can begin to improve. And that is what we're trying to do. And I know that I can say ouch on some of that as well. And I know that all of us can say ouch. And so, we just need to meet to decide what we can do. I think that one of the things that we could do, instead of meeting 8:30 in the morning, we could move it to 9 o'clock, and that would probably give people more time to get here. So that would be definitely one way to get it. Victor can get his extra cup of coffee, and he could be here by 9. And me too. You were good because I called you.
He had his coffee in his hand.
So
Had his coffee in your hand.
So that might be something that we can consider, just the little things that we can do to make it better. We appreciate that. We needed to hear that. Thank you for getting it together to make us more aware, and that's what we do. That's how we improve, okay? Got to set good examples. All right. Where are we?
Discussion of public input.
All right. All right, discussion of public input. Any item raised during the public input section that we need to discuss? I think we started out on some of them. I will point out that it does look like, and not put blame hand on anybody. I'm not doing that. It just seemed like that we do have a very concern for the ECP department. And so we've heard some of the things that have been discussed moving forward. Those are things that we need to look into so that we can make it better. Ms. Michelle.
So, I wrote down and have meetings scheduled with Ms. Richardson and I've had numerous times, but I have a follow-up conversation with her and then Ms. Gold, that's the time, Denver, and she and I are gonna have a meeting and, you know, and that Dr. Patrick is transitioning into this new role. We're very excited about that, and we're excited about the possibility of doing some things differently than has been happening and the way it's been happening. So I would just, while we know we have some problems and we're trying to individually address some of them, we're going to need a little bit of time for her to get in and get into that position. But we have meetings that have already been scheduled to start having some of these opportunities with parents. And we'll quickly resolve these as we can, as quickly as possible. And then I expect in the fall to be able to bring you some changes in how EC is going forward. Once we have her in place, we can do some work.
Thank you for already getting started on that. Okay, another issue was about the mask, what the students wear masks in class. I guess we need to talk about that since it was in reference to summer school, and summer school is here. And so, have you got any, Dr. Dees, has any of the teachers, have they called you to register any complaints about kids wearing masks?
No, and we have, what I shared with them was from the governor's orders that we had to continue until I think it's July 30th. Is
Right, it was.
Understanding. So I heard them mention about other districts, and so I would think that may be a conversation with Mr. Gatchell about whether or not we can do it again.
Exactly.
So I'm not sure. So that, but the information they received from me was to continue our safety protocols. The only thing we've changed has been the attestation process and temperature checks and things like that.
So they don't do temperature check?
If the student has turned in their attestation form from their parent, then they're not required to do that. But we're still collecting those. We just started that at the very beginning of summer school.
Okay.
But regarding the mask, that was something that, like I said, based on governor's orders, we had.
Right.
Which
I would also,
go ahead.
I would also like to hear what our lead nurses might have to say about the mask.
The attestation, that was something that we could do, like you did. I'm sure Ms. Clark did it when you went in Gurganus. I did it as well, but then it's put on the system so you don't have to do it every time. So if we go visiting schools, if you do an attestation at one school, it's uploaded, and so you're there, and you, or even coming in here, so you can save that step of getting your temp check.
And again, we just need to be consistent because that attestation says employees, but I think that should cover us as well.
Yeah.
But that's just for one day, correct? I know
Right.
Cleveland Regional Hospital, you have to do that when you enter there, but it's for that day on.
Well, that's, it's based on the entity. That's what we decided as a school system, so the hospital can decide something different.
Right.
Well, I feel that's useless to do that. Just, I mean, if we have leeway to make a decision to go to, choice, by choice only, why would you do it after, if the focus of doing that is to say that you're passing the test? That doesn't mean you pass the test tomorrow or the next day.
Well, it's saying that the parent is making that
Choice.
Yeah. And they're saying that they will take the steps if their student does develop any of those symptoms, that they would let us know. I have no control over whether or not they do that, but that's what they're.
I missed the key word of the initial statement.
And we're saying we're not going in the building with a fever and not feeling good.
Right.
But it doesn't take away the mask.
Yeah,
Right.
the mask was
Right.
on.
Mr. Goucher?
I just tell you what the speed limit is, right?
That's what I say, you don't get a ticket till you get caught.
So on June 11th, the governor reaffirmed his order about masks. He linked it to the Strong's toolkit, which conveniently was also updated on June 11th. Both of them require masks indoors. That's about 85% accurate. There's this, that, the other. And you don't have to wear a mask. But it's all out there for anyone to see. It's relatively unambiguous.
So,
The posted speed limit is where I'm at.
okay. All right.
Sorry, I just asked our lead nurse what her recommendation was. She said same thing. She suggests we follow the governor's order.
Enough said.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Anyone else has any one particular item that they want to, that for the public input that we had? That were through that. There's another one, but I won't comment on that. I'd rather get somebody up here.
I do think we need to take a hard look at getting our minutes posted more timely.
I'll address that. You're really waiting on me and my proofreading of those, which I do as we prepare for each meeting, and found a couple of issues. And really they were just, we didn't have the motion and the second recorded because there's been some moving back and forth and some meetings, and I held it all up for that reason. So it's my responsibility, and I have them, and we just need to get a couple of motions and seconds recorded, and then we can get those to the board for approval.
All right, so moving forward, we'll make sure that we get them posted in a timely manner, is what we're saying. Okay? Anyone else has something?
Can I say one more thing?
Yes, ma'am.
All of your meetings since we had public comment that encouraged the board to have us streaming our meetings live on YouTube. All of our meeting videos are online. So if there is a question about something, they can go back to the YouTube channel. Of course, the minutes have the official motions and seconds, which is important because sometimes those cannot be heard and they're sometimes not as audible because folks move their microphones around, that kind of thing. And so that's why we want to make sure that that stuff is accurate. But at least for the context of the meeting, those videos are helpful.
Would there be a possibility to put because I went back and talked to Ms. Hine, would there be a possibility to put a link on our webpage? Because not everybody knows, I guess, or to make it more user-friendly to say, and just, you click a link and it sends you to where the board meetings are housed at YouTube.
Yeah, and I can also add, when she was speaking as well, I was thinking about, we can, on the page where you have your meeting schedule listed, we can just have a link there just ready, and then once it's published, it can just be added. The hyperlink can be added to that date for the video and then for the minutes. So we can just have multiple ways to access, so we can work on that.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Anyone else? CRT comments? We're good?
The only problem I have is in trying to do reading about it and understand a little bit better. It's not something that we're teaching.
No, we're not.
And it keeps coming to all the school systems in North Carolina now. I mean, it's across the state. The School Board Association's looking at a offering of an answer to give about how it's not a part of this standard curriculum. Now, I do realize that there are some people that are concerned about what the civics is going to be. And, that's a state board issue. We follow the standard course of study. I mean, that's what we're required to do.
Right.
So it's just a lot of fuss about something that we're not doing.
Right.
And we've been acknowledged that we know it's not what you're doing here by some of the commenters, except the possibility of a random comment made by a teacher. I don't know how to answer the question, how do you stop doing what you're not doing?
If I might add.
I think, go ahead, I'm sorry. Ladies first.
If I might add, fact one, we're not teaching it. Fact two, as a history teacher, even when I was teaching history, we didn't
do it. We followed the standard course of study in Department of Curriculum. Fact 3, with regard to us making non-people of color victims, that's just disinformation. And normally I don't make tit for tat, but the fact that some folk believe that, I want them to know I speak to you, not as a board member, but as a citizen of Havelock in the United States. Fact 4, I believe in the U.S. Constitution as well as the North Carolina Constitution, but it also says there's freedom of religion, which means that Christianity is not the only religion. Whether you like it or not, you have to respect other people's religion. Fact 5, the U.S. Constitution also talks about there shall be no denial of equal protection, which means if we're quoting the Lord, that covers all God's children. Fact number 6, I won't say anything else except that Justice Rehnquist said a long, long time ago, and he's a famous U.S. Supreme Court justice, he said, even if I'm paraphrasing, even if I disagree, I respect your right to say it, which means that folk can say whatever the heck they want to say within the parameters of those 3 exceptions. But when there's disinformation, especially folk being taught or being the propaganda that comes out saying that we are teaching kindergartners to not like themselves. That saddens me, but that's folks' right to disinformation until they come here, and then I'm going to respond. Fact number 7, I don't know if I'm on 7.
Go on, babe.
We're not talking about Marxism. Most folk don't even know what Marxism is, let alone communism. Fact number 8, I was heartened that folk quoted Dr. King, where he talked about the content of character. That applies to everybody, not just those folk that you believe in. And I've said too much already, Madam Chair, but I went home saddened, not by folk being able to venture forth an opinion, but, fact number 9, MLK, that's a federal holiday. So we are going to honor that particular, I got 50, but I'm stopping at, thank you. That's all I have to say.
Can I add one more comment? Because you triggered my thought.
11.
I'll sort of be out of turn, but I do want to say, I want to be very clear. There's a parallel that's been drawn between equity and Marxism.
Thank you.
It doesn't, when we talk about equity, we're talking about looking at the needs of every child. They're unique, child to child. And how do you level that playing field, give the support that's needed? We do it in our ECP program. I mean, there are all kinds of places that we're called on to try as best we can to level that playing field so every child has the opportunity for an education. That is not Marxism. That's school boardism. The second point is I will stand and defend as long as I can, as I know each of you will, that we teach history.
Exactly.
The good, the bad, the ugly.
Right.
It is not to put anybody down. It is to know our past so that we can make a better future for all of us.
I want to add this to it tonight. We did receive an email, so if anybody or any of us want to go to the meeting and offer our opinions on all of this, we were invited to the CCTA's meeting tonight, June 15th at the Stanley Hall. But I'm like you all, I agree with what you were saying. I was disappointed today when I noticed all of us responded to public opinion, but last meeting, I wanted to respond to public opinion. I was told I couldn't, you know?
Which is my delta that we kind of slipped on that.
We broke the rules.
Yeah, I'm like, whoa.
And that's why I cut it off. We did.
Okay. But,
You're right, we did.
yeah, all y'all, but I'm like, well, why couldn't I respond last month when I was called out? But anyway,
Exactly.
we all have to understand this too. When the people that are against critical race theory, they're speaking about it now, because they don't want it to come. But there are places in the nation that I guess people are teaching things in a wrong manner, which is giving the entire concept a bad name, I would say. You know, some people might be too militant in how they dispatch the message, which I couldn't agree with. I don't agree with teaching anyone that it's their fault or making anyone feel bad. However, like you all, I do agree with teaching accurate history. I do, there are some things that's gonna be uncomfortable. I mean, all of my life, I've learned a lot of uncomfortable things, but it was accurate to what I know. So if accuracy makes you feel uncomfortable, then so be it. Welcome to the club. We had one comment today where a parent disliking the fact, I think it was 73% of characters depict LGBTQ. But I thought all my life characters depicted ignorant Black people, but nobody said a thing about it. But now, when you want to pick an issue, everybody has a problem with what can be depicted. Characters always made Black people look bad, but nobody said anything growing up. So I want to go to this meeting tonight, and I'm going to offer my opinions on situations. Oh yeah, and in fact 10, Martin Luther King's message also shifted, and he said, bring us our check. But nobody remembers that speech. They only remember the Kumbaya speech. So it's a lot that people pick and choose what they want to say.
So we're like the Bible?
And I rest with that.
Well, you know, the irony is, as a social studies teacher, social studies teachers always got the short shrift anyhow. So most folk didn't have time to teach social studies. We didn't get enough time. But again, folk are being whipped into a frenzy, and we aren't even doing it.
And also keep in mind, for every comment that we get at our public input in reference to CRT, we get 3 emails who talk against what they say, what was said at the, so.
From Republicans.
Right.
Let that be known.
So it's just a matter of opinion, but I am of the mindset that history is history. You cannot change it. You take the good and build upon it. You take the bad and learn from it and not repeat it again. Okay? Anyone else have any more comments about the public input today? I think we covered all the issues. Did we not? Okay. At this time, we will have a meeting evaluate. No, the bin items. Do we have any bin items? I didn't get any. Think we covered everything. Dr. Gore, would you conduct our meeting evaluation for us, please?
Yes, as the board considers its mission, what worked for you today in furtherance of your mission?
Alignment.
I like the more public input.
Hold on one second.
And I
Sorry.
welcome public input. I even welcome a bigger forum where we can speak to the public. We can speak to educators, teachers that have problems. We can bring both sides of the equations to each other faces so nothing will be done in the dark. So I won't have to hear one side here or another side there. Bring everybody together and let's get everything on the table. Transparency. We talk about it, but we don't be about it.
We're doing better.
We gotta do a lot better.
The energy and the excitement in the room over our new curriculum.
The work done by administration in helping us guide us to the new curriculum and the inclusion of the teachers' voices and them coming to speak to us today.
Anything else?
I like the fact that we can agree to disagree.
Anything else?
Listen as an ally. Good participation from everyone.
All right, what could have been better?
Everyone could have been present.
Anything else?
Go back to the plus.
Yes, ma'am.
That pizza was delicious. Should have been bigger. The pizza was delicious. You ain't at Bojangles or Pizza Hut.
Okay, can I make a comment on that? Back in my day, we had the Charburger right there on the point. Yes, sir. It's gone now, relocated. But we would walk over from the high school to the Charburger and we would eat a little hamburger, order of fries and a Coke, for probably 55 cents. Yeah. But anyway, we would eat that every single day, you know, and we never got tired of it. And I'm just thinking, these kids, when that pizza comes, I can just imagine I'd be eating pizza every day.
Anything
as
else?
long as it's healthy.
Anyone else?
What worked or what could have been better?
Oops.
All right, what worked? Alignment, public input. I welcome more public input. Want a forum where people can bring their concerns in one forum. Transparency, the energy and excitement on our new curriculum, the work done by administration in bringing our new curriculum, engaging teacher voices and hearing them today during the item presentation. Agree to disagree, listened as an ally, good participation from everyone. Pizza was delicious and okay. Delta, if everyone was present, we miss Miss King. That's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Doyle. Okay, at this time, we're scheduled to go to a closed session. But before we go into the closed session, we'd like to say that this is the last meeting that we will have with Dr. Doyle. So Dr. Doyle, we would like to say that over the last 5 years, we appreciate the service that you have given to Craven County School. I can think of numerous things that you have done, but the thing that stands out in my mind foremost is how you took us through that hurricane. That was, I don't think you got any rest.
Mm-hmm.
You worked courageously. You worked with your heart for the people. And you helped a lot of people out in those situations, both the board members as well. And so I appreciate the service that you rendered to us. And wish you Godspeed, whatever you choose to do in the future. I know that there are other things that you tend to do, and I wish you well with that. But we do appreciate your service. 5 years is a long time. And so we do thank you for everything that you did for the system.
Thank you.
And at this time, we do have some refreshment, like a little reception for our new superintendent, Dr. Wendell Miller. And so that is this reception in honor of her as well as to Dr. Doyle. And so we appreciate her taking on this awesome task. It is an awesome task, but we believe that we are on our way to greater things. And we do appreciate that. So at this time, we invite you all to the conference room to enjoy some refreshment. And let's congratulate Dr. Miller and also give our warmest regard to Dr. Doyle as well. We will,
Yeah, we
okay.
have to come back to closed session because we've got to do the HR report.
Okay, I know, hold on. We will take 15 minutes for the reception, and then we'll come back in and go into closed session, okay? Thank you.
Should not be rude, you guys, to get to, talk.
into closed session.
Okay, that motion is in accordance with NCGS 143/1811 subsection A6 to consult with an attorney in order to protect the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which is privilege is hereby acknowledged and in accordance with NCGS 143/1811 subsection A3. Need a second.
Second?
It has been moved and second that we go into closed session. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, we are in closed session.